Chair, we are streaming. Yes, we are live.
Team, we are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. Today, we are February the 27th, 2024. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Guida.
Here.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Here.
Member Beachside.
Here.
Member Bienvenu.
Here.
Member Mather.
I'm going to guess she's excused.
Thank you. Member Valdo.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Rios, there are no changes.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Guida moves to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Waldo seconds. All those in favor, a roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
We have minutes of February the 13th. Changes to these minutes, anyone? Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a change on page 24, the last paragraph before public hearing. The first sentence reads, she was suggesting, it should read, she was not suggesting that buildings need to be separated. Thank you.
Any other changes, board members? If not, is there a motion to approve as just amended?
Beachside so moves.
Guida will second.
All those, roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have findings of fact and conclusions of law 10. Those, we have 3 from January the 23rd, 2024. Any changes to any of these? Anyone? If there are no changes to these, is there a motion to approve?
Guida moves to approve the
Oh,
findings.
hold on. I heard Member Baldo.
Yes, I move to approve the findings and conclusions.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Guida will second, just clarifying that we're approving items A through C.
Right. Those are of January the 23rd, 2024. Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And we have 7 from February the 13th, 2024. Changes to any of these members? No changes. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Guida will second, noting that these are items D through J.
And roll call vote, please.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. Matters from the public. Anyone in this room wishing to come forward and speak about anything in reference to H board preservation things? Not the cases that we're hearing tonight. Come forward. No one in this room? And anyone on Zoom?
Yes. Chair Rios. Stephanie Benenato would like to speak. Stephanie, you may unmute.
Hi, Stephanie Benanato. I had actually sent Heather a couple of photographs earlier today asking if she could share them or if I could. I do have them here, and if I could be, I don't know, elevated to a participant, whatever you need to do to share, I'd like to do that.
Moment. You sent this in an email to me?
Yes.
Okay, there they are. Sorry, I'm having technical.
Uh,
issues.
Heather-
Stephanie, if you go ahead and
Okay, good.
speak, I'm going to work on getting these pictures up.
Okay, great. The two photos that I'm asking Heather to show you are that of 203 East Santa Fe Avenue, which you might recall was a significant building, but is, I don't think, any longer. And I think if you look at the photo and look at the addition that you approved, saying that it really wouldn't interfere with its status, I think that you should really reconsider that. Its addition looks exactly like the addition that the oil and gas company did. It is not at all in harmony with the existing building. There it is. And there's the next one, I think shows it better, Heather. I did this one because you can see the detailing is really very dissimilar. And white siding is not at all like brick. Could you go to the next one?
Yes, I'm working on that. I have to stop share and then start again. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then, so I don't think that that facade can be considered unchanged. So that's the same one.
Yeah, it looks like I have two of the same. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what you do see a little bit here is you can see the detailing on the oil and gas one sticking out. It is really the same kind of detailing that the new addition is.
Stephanie, you're really muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so what I'm pointing out is that the old edition, the oil and gas edition, which was added onto a porch, those details are the same as the new edition, including the white siding, which I thought most people agreed was totally inharmonious with the existing building. So I think it just would be more honest at this point to say that this is a contributing building with three primary facades rather than a significant building. And I'm also asking you to do the same thing at St. John's College, because I've been rereading that and the board found not that it wouldn't impede the facade or the, what do I want to say, the preservation of an untouched facade, but that it would never, that the college would never take the addition down. That's a little bit different than what is called for. And again, if you take away not only doors and windows, but create very large openings, that's gone. It's gone. There's no, the untouched facade is no longer there.
Madam
Could
Chair,
you could
I can't hear the
rebuild-
speaker. I don't think anybody else can either.
Can you hear me now?
Are you catching everything, Heather?
It is on the transcript. Stephanie, can you speak more directly into your mic, please?
I am-
Stephanie, actually, when you
speaking directly.
speak before us, and you often do, you start out where people can hear you, but within 10 seconds, we really cannot hear you. And so
Okay,
I'm gathering this is coming from your end.
yes. I can see
So
on my,
um,
can you hear me now? Because on mine, I can see on my microphone that it
if you
is
can
actually-
kindly summarize what you have to say, because,
Yes, I'm
and speak
asking
as
that-
loudly as possible.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little bit,
Little
but
bit.
speak loud.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to find a position away from me that might capture my voice better. So I hope this works. I'm asking that you reconsider the significant status of 203 East Santa Fe Avenue and also that of the Student Union building at St. John's, since there has been additions that are so inharmonious and that have removed significant portions of the facades so that they are no longer there. It's not about just taking, putting them back with other material at some point. It was that they were untouched. And so again, I just think it would be more honest to say they are contributing rather than significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, thank you. In response to Ms. Benenato's comments, I'm not 100% sure, but is that 121 East Santa Fe Avenue that you're talking about in the picture?
I think the address is 203 East Santa Fe Avenue, actually.
Okay. In that area, there's a significant house that had an addition done to it that currently has a red tag, and stop work order was given. So we are working on addressing an issue, and this looks like the same building at a house
was-
that is designated as significant on East Santa Fe Avenue. So just to let you know, we're working with the property owner. The second item regarding St. John's College, they received their permits and everything is in accordance with what was approved by this board. So,
I just want to point out though, Heather, that the board did approve this addition. I am surprised at the design of it. And I don't know, because this has been up now for a few years. You approved it in probably 2021 or maybe even 2018. So I'm just pointing out that really, I think the status designation needs to be addressed at this point. Thank you.
thank you. And Chair, the St. John's College voluntarily designated themselves as a national landmark in addition to this local status of significance. So we'd have to have a dialogue with them before we would talk about any status.
I'm going to guess Stephanie was the only one on Zoom.
Status.
Thank you. We'll move on to staff communications. Heather, that's you.
Yes, moment. The first item is the Palace of the Governors is their Palace of the Governor's staff and the state are nice enough to come to present to you some changes that they're proposing in the Palace of the Governors in the vein of maintenance and restoration only. But we did want to have the H board know about the changes and the work, so you can not be surprised when you see it.
Thank you. And this is simply an information item,
that is
correct? Thank you. Yes, good evening, sir. I don't think that's on.
Now can you hear me? All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. My name is Billy Garrett. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico History Museum, which includes the Palace of the Governors. I appreciate the opportunity to share some work that we're about to get started on, which is repair of windows on the palace. The way we've approached this is very straightforward historic preservation. All the work is being done consistent with national standards for historic preservation in the context of preservation. So all we're doing is repairing the windows, not anticipating actually taking any of the windows out. There are 70 windows that we'll be working on. These include all of the windows on the periphery of the building, as well as all the ones on the inside that you see from the courtyard. The work is largely about scraping where material has come loose, fixing the caulking where it has come deteriorated. In a few cases where glass panes are badly broken, we're replacing these. I'm not calling for repair of or replacement of all glass just because it's cracked. If it's in place and it's firm, I'm leaving that in place. We'll be repainting the windows exactly the way that they are currently painted, and we'll be using paint samples that are in very protected areas of the sash so that we can match the existing color pretty much as exactly as you can. Not using any epoxies. It's all very traditional, very conservative techniques as far as work on windows. And so the main thing is cleaning up deterioration and getting a new coat of paint on it. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much for informing the board and informing the public. I think it's very important to continue to maintain our historic buildings, and it appears that you're doing it in the correct fashion. Thank you. Any other board members have any comments? We have no comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mhm. Next item, Heather.
Yes, Chair Rios, the main library restoration update. And before I start that, these are pictures taken by Justin Nussbaum when the portal was being replaced. Originally, it was a territorial style. And so you can see it under construction here on the top photo, and another construction view basically from the roof level looking down towards the west. So I just thought that might be a point of interest. But many
Yes,
thanks to the
thank you.
Museum of New Mexico and their staff for helping us out, being so careful about that. So the next item for announcements is the fact, so the main library right now, we've been through the process of designating the primary facades and reaffirming its contributing status. And so now that we have the primary facades, the group, Barbara Felix and the consultants for the restoration are looking at approaches on how to preserve and restore the existing windows there that are historic, as well as the stucco around the windows. And so they'll be doing some testing there as well, and you might see some work in the coming weeks. And Ms. Felix just wanted to alert you to that this is sort of the next phase of understanding how the restoration is going to go on some of those windows there. So, and there will be further updates on that in the future. And then finally, with reference to the Historic Preservation Awards, nominations have been extended, the deadline to March 22nd. We do have a list of projects that are finished, but we also want the board to have the opportunity to nominate projects that they feel are worthy and may have been even completed, last year. Doesn't have to be just completed. And the award ceremony is going to be held on May 9th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the San Miguel Chapel, same venue as last year. And there would be a reception to follow at El Saguan. Historic Santa Fe Foundation will be opening up their doors for the reception.
Thank you, Heather. I'd like to encourage the board members to nominate projects from the different districts, not solely concentrate on one district, even though most of our projects, I think, come from the East Side District, but look around for projects in the other districts that are worthy. Thank you. Moving on to, we don't have anything under old business. And moving on to new business, the first project that we are going to hear, the first case that we are going to hear this evening is located at 635 Alto Street. Is that applicant here? The applicants are here. And may we have the staff report, Heather?
Thank you, Chair Rios. The site is located in the West Side Guadalupe Historic District at 635 Alto. If you can see in the upper right picture that it is a slope site that is framed by Upper Alto and Lower Alto Street. And the change in grade is pretty severe, especially closer to Alto Street. Also, as to context, the Alto Street is characterized by a lot on the north side, a lot of buildings that have a walkout type of scenario or 2 stories that are on facing towards Alameda and the Santa Fe River. And then on Upper Alto, or what's regularly Alto, there are a lot of 1-story buildings and a completely different streetscape. So that's what's been considered by the applicant in terms of designing this project. So the applicant is proposing a 1-story unit adjacent to the street and then 4 townhome units adjacent to Lower Alto. And the one at the street will be approximately 12 feet 6 inches, and that'll be below the permitted height of approximately 15 feet. And then the 2-story buildings on the north side of the site are proposed to be an average of 22 feet. Some areas are higher, some areas are lower. and the allowable height is 19 feet. So it is up to the prerogative of the board to be able to increase the height. And the applicant has addressed the exception criteria in the introduction letter. Then also there, just for your information, there'll be an access path that connects Lower Alto to Upper Alto on the eastern side of the site. You can sort of see the stairs there. And parking will be provided for all of the units and adjacent to those buildings. There will also be private open space for each unit as well. So as I stated, the slope will be much higher than what is normally expected with the site. So because of the slope, there will be special considerations for a height exception. These are the street elevations, and then one at the top is what you will see from Alto Street. It's a one-story mass in this Spanish Pueblo revival style. And then there will be stepping masses for the two-story units along the East Alameda Lower Alto streetscape, and which will be characterized by portales and overall stepping. In addition, the applicant is proposing to, this is just showing the change in grade along the site. So you can see the stairs that will be on the eastern side of the site that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. And then this is the one story that abuts Alto Street, and the drop off, there'll be a bit of a walkout scenario there, just like similar buildings in the streetscape. And then the applicant is proposing to have different colors for the townhomes at the rear. In addition, the single unit along Alto will be a slightly different shade as well, just to provide visual interest on the elevations. So staff recommends approval because the application complies with the general design standards in historic districts, as well as the West Side Guadalupe design standards. Staff finds that exception criteria for height have been met, especially considering that on a sloped site, you can go 4 feet higher than the permitted height of 17 feet. 19 feet. But that is up to the discretion of the board. And then one thing I didn't catch, and my apologies to the applicant, there is a yard wall that's proposed, especially on Alto Street at 6 feet. The nearby permitted height is 5 feet 3 inches. So it's just ascertaining the allowable height prior to application for building permits.
Thank you, Heather. Those of us that were on the field trip today felt, at least I did, felt that the one story on Alto Street and the 2-story facing East Alameda were compatible with the streetscape. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Chair Rios.
Thank you. Any questions, any clarification questions or anything? Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with what Chair Rios just indicated. I think it's a very nice design, especially what's facing Alto Street. And really, there's no height issue at all on that side. The height on the Alameda Street side is, first of all, it's quite consistent with a lot of the other buildings, I believe, in that same area. And it's also quite set back from the road. But my real question is, if the board found that it was acceptable to increase the allowable height pursuant to that subsection, I think it's D9C2, no exceptions would be necessary, right? That would satisfy the code in and of itself, would it not?
Yes, Chair Rios, member Bienvenue, that's correct. But I also wanted to address the exception criteria in case there was a need for that.
No, I think that's prudent. I just wanted to be clear that we could decide this case without invoking the exception criteria.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. Applicant or applicants, please come forward. And while they are coming forward, I do want to say a couple of things. If you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal to the city council. That would be done. You have up to 15 days after what do you call it? The exceptions, not the exceptions, the findings and conclusions have been approved. And so you have that time period. And also I'm going to ask Melissa to help me with the 2-minute time limit. And that would be not for you all, but for people from the public that are speaking. So now you have the floor and you need to get sworn in. Thank
I'm
you.
going to swear you in. So are both of you going to be speaking? Okay, so let me swear both of you in. You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Ryan Lawler, 2210 Miguel Chavez Road, Unit 526.
Madam Chair and Committee, Kurt Cron, 201 Arno Street. Let me begin just by saying, good evening. Thank you for having us and thanks for looking at our proposal. I'm Kurt Cron. I'm the Executive Director of Santa Fe Habitat for Humanity. Just want to mention that this project is been something in the works for quite a while. We're very thankful to the city. This is a project of land that is being donated by the city of Santa Fe to Santa Fe Habitat for affordable housing. I just wanted to make, excuse me, make mention of the fact that what I think makes Habitat's projects successful is the fact that our projects blend with the community, and that because of that, our homeowners are successful in the community. So we agree that we think we've done a very good job of trying to look at the historic character of the neighborhood and making sure it blends with the neighborhood. And again, that I think translates into a successful project for our homeowners. We are not only the builder, but we're also the mortgage lender in this project as well. So these are all qualified homeowners, and I think Brian and our team have done a really wonderful job of trying to match the character of the neighborhood. You know, Brian and I both went out and surveyed the neighborhood as well to make sure that that we're meeting the architectural and making sure that we followed the character of the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make mention that we're really excited about this project. Again, it's a habitat project. It's going to provide 5 families, affordable units in a great neighborhood and in a beautiful setting. And this is our architect, Brian Lawler.
Yeah, I believe Kurt hit on all the important parts, and we did our best to have a very characteristic Santa Fe style while still keeping a very affordable construction method.
Do you have any questions?
Board members, any questions? Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. And I really want to commend you for doing something very unusual in the historic districts, which is to provide affordable housing, which is something that we don't see in the historic district. In fact, we have an exclusionary housing ordinance that in effect prevents that from happening. So I really appreciate you all doing this project and also overcoming those odds to achieve this in this district. It's really great and exciting to see, and I hope the city makes a big deal out of this project because it is a really big deal. And I think, you know, the arrangement of units is really smart. I think the type of unit that's here fits the site, fits the neighborhood, the scale of these buildings. I mean, masterful design moves on all fronts, while keeping things very simple and seemingly affordable. So a lot of design magic to applaud. My only issue really with the proposal is the stucco colors. And it's not to nitpick about a specific color, it's about the use of multiple colors. And I guess it seems to me that the design, just in terms of its form and its massing and its step backs and stuff, does articulate certainly and differentiate the front unit from the other four. But even within the cluster of four, that you've shifted the facades and relocated the entries. So they do, even without the different stucco colors, have their own identity. I don't, this may be up to the board, and I don't know that there's a specific thing that we can point to in the code about using multiple stucco colors on buildings. But we have looked at projects, and there have been projects built in the historic districts. It seemed quite jarring. And so I guess I'm wondering, given that the form already does kind of differentiate the units, might we consider falling back to like maybe one or two stucco colors and perhaps, front building versus back building, or even another strategy such as a different stucco color under the portal, which is allowed and is in keeping with the historic districts. To have 5 stucco colors so close together is not only unnecessary for me, and I'm particularly worried about it in the few instances where they're on the same plane. But I wonder if you'd be open to reconsidering the color approach.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, and it would be easier on our construction crews. I think I was trying to show the differentiated units. I know our partner families like to have the feeling of ownership over their own individual homes. But I think having either more similar palette between them or just the same stucco color, I think would be reasonable.
Thank you, Member Guida. Any other board members have strong feelings or in reference to the stucco colors? Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, and I did. It was the only thing that really struck me about the design. I think it's just not, well, first of all, to address whether the ordinance permits it. I'm had time to go back and look, but I believe that the downtown and east side district specifically prohibits multiple colors. But I don't believe that would be true necessarily in, I think you're in West Side Guadalupe, aren't you?
We're in West Side.
Where colors are definitely considered more available for experimentation, let's say. But I still find it doesn't quite fit with the neighborhood to me. The way it feels a little bit like a very kind of commercial type design element right now, because it is something you see sometimes in certain types of apartment developments and malls and so forth, where you're really trying to get some jazzy differentiation. On the other hand, I completely appreciate your reasoning behind what you were trying to accomplish. I agree that I think that just the differentiation in mass accomplishes most of that. But I think there could be some subtle differentiation between the colors as well. Just not something quite so striking would be my personal view.
Thank you for your comments. Any other board members wishing to comment? Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I have anything further to add, but I'll just echo that I had the same concern about the color. I don't think I would want to see any more than 2, but I also wouldn't be opposed to it just being one color. I did want to ask Heather, I wasn't sure if I understood your recommendation about the yard wall. The proposed is 6 feet, the allowable is 5'1". And what was your recommendation? Was it to bring it down, or was it to grant the 6 foot?
Rios, Member Aguilar Medrano. Unfortunately, I dropped the ball and forgot to ask for a measurement. And so sometimes we keep all of the measurements that we've done in the past. And 624 Alto Street was the closest one, but I don't want to skew the results. But just as a point of reference, that particular, average was 5 feet 3 inches. There are still quite a few tall walls in the streetscape, so I would want to double check that. But if the applicant was willing to ascertain and consider changing the height based on the results of that survey, that would be great.
Okay, so in a motion today, we could approve it, but maybe leave that portion of the wall height based on calculation to be administratively approved. Would that be appropriate? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Heather. And yeah, I also just want to applaud the applicant for a great project. Really appreciate what you guys are doing for the community and also to the city of Santa Fe who donated this land. So I hope both of those things are brought to light as this project develops.
Thank you. There are no further comments from the board. I will ask if anyone in this audience wishes to comment on this project. Please come forward and get sworn in. Anyone? No one, it appears. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios. First one is John Olton. John, you may unmute and please state your name and address for the record and be prepared to be sworn.
Hi, can you hear me? Maybe see me?
Yes.
I don't know. I think you can just hear me. This is John Utton. I'm at 675 Alto Street.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I live just 2 doors down, kind of downriver. And first of all, I want to say I definitely support this project. Commend Habitat for taking this on and the architect for doing the work. Just a couple of points I wanted to ask about. I do think this is a very good use, and I think that the affordable housing element is really important, and it's good to see the city property that's been sitting there for a long time used for these purposes. A couple of things I'm just wondering about. So from the north elevation from the riverside, the 2 center units have some elements, either setbacks or a step back, or I think there's a portal that break up the verticality a little bit, but the 2 outer units don't. Now, maybe that is a good design choice, but I'd be interested in hearing about that, if that's possible. Another thing, just the discussion about the different color is interesting. I kind of like the color differentiation, maybe not such bright colors, but it tends to break up the massing. We did something similar on the 2 Adobe units that we built and the board approved on Lower Alto Lane, made them different colors. I think what we were trying to go for is more of a village look than a kind of a compound monochromatic look. I think some color differentiation does help kind of break up and give more of a personalized appearance rather than kind of a mass built. And it does kind of break up the massing. And then just one last point. There are some recent, and I just wonder if the builders have thought about this. There's some recent climate change modeling that shows that there may be as much as 3.5 feet flooding on our side of the river within 30 years. And I'm happy to share that with you, but has there been any consideration of potential flooding, either a wall along the front or other measures? Because I think that there's a high likelihood we may see some flooding. Those are my comments. And again, I'm very supportive, glad to see this getting done.
Thank you very much.
Well, to start, I think just a quick note about the stucco colors. If you see the Stowe palette in person, they're a bit darker than you might see on your computer screen. It's always a very difficult thing to kind of match those 2 up. So they're not quite so vibrant. I would say definitely more muted. As far as the flooding goes, it didn't seem much of a concern to us. We're not in a FEMA floodplain or flood area. And I personally, I mean, just seeing the Santa Fe River, how low it is, I don't know. I guess I would be surprised by that climate modeling. Want to look at that. As far as the differentiation, the step forward back kind of thing, that was mostly we would love to have every unit on a separate plane change, but through the constraints of the site, that wasn't really possible. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios. Stephanie Benenato, please state your name, address, and be sworn.
Stephanie Benenato, can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Is this clear now?
Yes, and
Okay.
hopefully we can hear you throughout your
All right.
your comments.
Just interrupt me if you can't. I think this is a good project.
Stephanie, I need to swear you in.
Oh,
Do
I'm
you
sorry.
swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think this is a good project. I too agree with the other speaker about the massiveness of the building from the Alameda side. I think there are, obviously because of the slope there are a lot of the downhill side is taller. But I do like the idea of different colors in the stucco because it will break up the mass and it also will give people a sense of ownership. And I find that really, I don't know, unattractive, I guess is an okay word, when you see, especially in these new apartment complexes where it's all the same color. It just feels too homogenized. And I think, again, people who are getting these homes, Habitat for Humanity, that they might like to really have that feeling of ownership and difference. And I appreciate that the wall will be averaged because I think 6 feet is probably too high. And I don't think that we should start walling off that area from the rest of the park-like open space that is there on that side of the river. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom?
Carrios, no.
Thank you. I want to say that I support the change in color, and I will tell you why. Being a native Santa Fe, the west side always had vibrant colors, and they had different colors. So I think that you are trying to kind of achieve this, and I personally would support the different colors. I'm a strong believer in having a building, one building of one color, and actually the ordinance tells us in certain districts to have it as one color except under porches. But I would support the different colors in this. And I also want to say that I am a strong supporter of affordable housing, as I would presume that many people in this room are. And in Santa Fe, as we know, prices of everything is high, housing in particular. So kudos to you and the city. Anything else, board members? If not, I will entertain a motion. Anybody else? Mr. Rita?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion, case 2024-007-826 HDRB 635 Alto Street. Move that the board approve the project as submitted, noting that the increase in height is at the is approved per the discretion of the board and no exception is required. And that the applicant reduce the number of stucco colors from 5 to 3, and just update staff with their proposal.
Is there a second?
Aguilar Medrano will second.
Thank you. And a roll call vote, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just, I think a friendly amendment. I think we need to specify something
Oh, in
about
reference to exception.
the wall height.
Yes.
To be-
Member Rita, please address the issue of the wall height.
I think it was that the staff will complete the calculation of allowable wall height, and if there's a difference from what's submitted in the drawings, that'll be communicated to the applicant as a condition for approval.
Accepted as friendly.
Thank you, Member Bichette.
And then just one other thing for the record, if we could just add to the motion that the height allowance is at the discretion of the board due to the slope in the site.
Also accepted as friendly. Thank you, Member Beachhead.
Thank you. Anything else, board members? If not, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachite,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu, Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Next case, and thank you, gentlemen. Next case is located at 329 Otero Street. This is Ramon's case.
Sorry, I have to wake up the computer.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is case number 2024-007550-7886 HDRB for status and primary facades. It's 329 Otero. This is a lovely little building. This is a photo that I took and turned black and white because it gives you a more of kind of a historic feel to it.
Technical issues that are trying to be corrected. Oh, there we go.
Case number 2024-007886 HDRB for status and primary facades. The property is located on the east side of Otero between Kearney Avenue and Paseo de Peralta. It's outlined here in red. The original house is the subject of this hearing and is outlined in blue. The site plan and the subject property is outlined in red. The existing floor plan and existing elevations. In the upper left-hand corner is a photo of the streetscape looking south. And I'd like to note the river stone retaining walls that are used in this particular neck of the street, and that they contribute to the built environment of this beautiful block. Staff feels that the structure maintain its contributing status and the north, west, and south facades be designated as primaries, and the river stone retaining wall to the west and south of the site be designated as contributing. And I have a facade diagram here for you. There you go. The red indicates the proposed primary facades and the proposed contributing site wall. With that, I could take any questions.
Board members, any questions for Ramon at this time? It appears, yes, Member Aguilar Madrona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ramon, can you give us any information about the historic status of any of like the doors and windows on the primary facades that you're proposing?
Yes, in your packets, there's a window assessment that was done by Ray Patterson. And it appears to me that all of those windows are historic and original to the building and the doors.
Okay, thank you, Ramon.
There are no other questions at this time? Oh, Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification, the recommendation in the staff report that's in our packet suggests that the east facade, not the west, should.
I believe, Madam Chair and Member Bescheid, I believe that's my error.
That's okay. I just want to make sure for the motion that we note that. It makes more sense to me that the west would be primary as well. Thank you.
The west facade is the front of the house.
Correct.
Yeah, and this is
Madam Chair.
a lovely little house and it's very well kept. Yes.
Yes, and it sits on, yes, Madam Chair, and it sits in a kind of a very prominent location on its slope. You know, it kind of is poised well on the block, in my opinion.
So if there are no further comments from board members, Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, just a quick question, Ramon. Do you know whether any of the other surrounding buildings have a significant designation?
I do not. Trying to remember.
The reason I ask, and we had this discussion on the field trip, is that we're already designating three, or the request or the proposal, the recommendation is to designate three of the four elevations as primary. And really the fourth elevation could be equally designated that way. It just has less public visibility, but all the elevations have an extremely high level of historic integrity.
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenue, I agree. The reason I didn't propose designating that east facade as a primary is just because of its very limited public visibility.
Right. Right. No, I agree with that. If it's a contributing building, certainly. The question would be sort of what with the conversation we had on Cerro Gordo with the stone outbuilding, which is once you're already designating three of the four elevations, you're very close to a significant building. In that case, though, I think you could differentiate the outcome because of the fact that the fourth facade was street facing. Whereas in this case, it's not. So I'm actually inclined to agree with your recommendation on this case. Even though it's those are a lot of facades being designated as primary.
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenue, I agree, but it's at the board's discretion too.
Sure. But they are all publicly visible.
To the east, Madam Chair and Member Bienvenue, to the east facade has very limited.
No, not the east. I mean, the ones you're proposing
Yes.
are all publicly visible.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Ramon, tell us again the date of construction, please.
I think it's 1935 to 36, and there was an addition done to the east where we noticed the parapet bump up, and that was completed in 1945.
I mean, Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Benvenuto, I don't know necessarily that this is where you were going, but I do get alarmed in cases where we are designating a great number of facades. I don't know that the solution in this case is that, well, it should become significant. I mean, there's no reason given for this to be a significant building in our districts in terms of its contribution to the district, association with a particular figure, you know, and so, you know, given that we are going so far as to almost say that all four facades, because it's only that tiny little one that we're excluding, I guess I would advise caution. You know, I think, you know, if I were to imagine, I mean, and I'd say that in this case, it's a low risk, but this is not why we status buildings. It's low risk in the sense that, you know, it's along a driveway, it's a narrow site. We can't imagine necessarily that, you know, adding to the north or south is going to happen. And that, you know, that this designation of these three facades, which is, you know, very nearly 90% of the perimeter, is going to be a hindrance to development. It's not why we status buildings, but it is a consideration, in my view, in terms of how we choose to follow and status facades. There's no doubt to me that it's contributing. I agree with your assessment about the stone wall, but I also imagine a scenario where, you know, a portion of the rear portion of this building could get a second story. It's not to say that statusing the north and south facades would absolutely preclude that, but it would make it more difficult. And so, you know, my feeling in most cases is that, we should be judicious in what we designate. Pretty and condition, don't matter that much. Contribution to the district is paramount. Integrity is paramount. And so I would, in my mind, I could say, well, the west facade, because we have a 10-foot setback rule, would pretty much nail it. It would really, keep the streetscape and that kind of, and that streetscape massing and capture the essential characteristics or the character defining features of this building. Its length, what's on those north and south facades is not as important to me.
Right.
So just a contribution to this discussion about how we deploy the primary facades.
Yeah. Member Aguilar Madrona? Nothing? I thought you had raised. your hand. Anyone else? Member Beachside?
Just commenting on that, I think I kind of agree with it with both board members who just expressed opinions about the primary facades, but I think what's really important about this property is the way that it's set back from the street and raised from the street. So the retaining walls and then the setback from the street for the front of the house is really what we want, really the contribution to the streetscape. Like that's pretty unique on that street. And I don't see what characteristics are on both sides of the long, both the north and south facades that's not represented on the small front facing west facade. Just another point to consider.
Anyone in this room wishing to comment on this project? Anyone on Zoom? Yes, Heather. Oh, that would help if the
Yes.
applicant would come forward. Apologies.
I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lisa Martinez, and my address is 3201C Zaffarano Drive in Santa Fe, 87507.
Good evening, Lisa, and sorry about that. I did not want, obviously, we need to hear from you.
No problem at all. It's wonderful to see some familiar faces. It's been a few years now, but it's wonderful to be back on the opposite side this time around. But thank you for the opportunity to present this case. As Ramon presented, our request at this time is a status review and primary facade designations. And this is in preparation for a request that will come before you to replace windows and doors on this structure. Like I said, that will come later on, but it primarily has to do with an energy efficiency issue. The doors that are on there currently have a significant cracking. I mean, you can actually push them in and see the gaps. The windows themselves, there was a presentation made before you a few years ago to add storm windows. And so those are put on in the winter time, but despite the storm windows, the energy bills are just through the roof, literally. In fact, we just got the most current one. And even with the use of solar panels, the bill was still almost $500 for 1 month. So I certainly understand the historic contributions of everything that's there. But at some point, we will need to take into consideration what we can do to repair or replace those windows and doors to try to save the homeowner a little bit of money, because it is a beautiful structure, but it doesn't function. It doesn't function the way it should from an energy capacity, and that certainly doesn't comply with a lot of the policies that the city has in place right now in terms of energy efficient measures. And so with that, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Lisa, what's the square footage of that building?
Approximately 900 square feet.
Oh my gosh, 900 and the bill was $500. That's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see if other board members have, oh, so let me ask you, how do you feel about the recommendation that staff made?
I mean, I certainly understand the value of the structure and the fact that it is contributing. It's situated beautifully on the property, sort of up on a, you know, little pedestal there, and it's beautiful. When you see it in the springtime with the wisteria blooming, it's absolutely gorgeous. So that porch is perfect for framing that. But I am concerned that, you know, if this were ever, if this status were ever to change to significant, or if certain primary facade designations would prevent us from being able to deal with any of these window or door replacements, I think it would be a definite financial hardship on the homeowner. And I know that that doesn't necessarily always play into the way we deal with the historic preservation, but I would like to ask that the board at least take that into consideration as you make your decision.
Thank you, Lisa. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Martinez? Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question. You mentioned the door. Which door were you referring to?
Actually,
That door?
both doors have issues. The one that's on the east side, that's not visible, that one, if you actually pushed in the top part of it, it bends. It's, I'm not sure that it's completely historic. It looks like at some point, maybe somebody took a door that didn't completely fit and cut off the bottom because the proportions are off a little bit. But that one is in bad shape. And the one that's on the front, on the west side, you can't really see it from the outside, but when you're inside of the structure, you can see all of the gaps. You can see light coming through. You can feel the wind coming through, and that's even with weather stripping. But there are some definite problems on both of those doors. Not as much of an issue with the one that's on the north side, but definitely on the east and the west.
And is the west side door historic to your knowledge, or has it been replaced?
It may have been replaced along the way, but I couldn't tell you when.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Aguilar Medrano, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a conversation point for the future hearing, but I think, you know, we're going to walk away from today with at least one primary facade. So my guess is that you're probably going to come back for an exception for window and door replacements in the future. And I'm horrified about this fact that heating was $500 a month. And I don't think we've ever seen it before. But if your client was comfortable, I think it'd be a really compelling piece of information to have in the packet to show that during the winter, you know, the gas bill or whatever it was actually was 500. I live in a place smaller than this, and I think mine's like 50. So 500 is insane. And like I said, I don't think we've ever seen it before, but I think it could be a compelling reasoning for asking for an exception if they really have that financial hardship of 500 a month, which is crazy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Aguilar Medrano, I appreciate that. And we can certainly include any of those bills in the packet.
Heather?
So I just would like to point out on the south elevation, there's a driveway easement, and of course that wall. If you were to replace those windows and you don't have some sort of affidavit that spacing between the buildings is going to be at least 10 feet, then you won't be able to replace those windows with anything except a fire rated material. So I think the easement belongs to this property owner on the north side, but not on the south side. So just a point of clarification.
Thank you for that information, Heather. Any other questions or comments? Now, is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment on this particular project? No one, anyone on Zoom? And Zoom people, you do have a 2-minute limit.
Thank you, Chair Rios. And Stephanie Benenato would like to speak. She's been previously sworn.
Stephanie Benenato. I appreciate your staff's recommendation. I hope that you will support it. I think they're going to come in no matter what how many facades you say are primary, the applicant's going to come in and ask for window replacement. I would wonder in terms of the bill, whether this is pentile and has never been insulated, because changing the windows out will not significantly reduce the bill. And if the roof's never been adequately insulated either, again, that could make a much bigger difference than possibly replacing the windows. And I would also like to know what the solar energy is powering, if it's not really helping to offset the heat. And I do also want to point out that the city energy efficiency resolutions, policies are not an ordinance, and the overlay of the historic zone takes precedence. And I think that's really important to remember. And you can always give exceptions for development of the east side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
No. Mr. Martinez, you wish to speak? Come forward.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Martinez, P.O. Box 925, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I wasn't intending to speak, but the energy bills, you could imagine that this building, built in 1945, probably has pentile walls. So there's probably no insulation in the walls. There's probably no insulation in the ceiling, and the windows and doors leak. So it's going to need some work on it. So in that sense, I propose that the least contributing primary walls, the better for the possible remedy of this structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else in this audience wishing to speak on this project? No one else? Board members, if you have nothing further, I will entertain a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion that in case 2024-00.
Member Benvenu, if I have one comment to make, Madam Chair, if that's okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lengthen this, but I do agree with Stephanie Benenato's comments that the issue of energy bills is not only windows, right? It's a comprehensive solution, but to Richard's point, it's an issue throughout our districts. To Member Aguilar-Medrano's point, it's about affordability and equity and being able to afford to live in our historic districts and in historic homes, and it should be a consideration beyond just tourism and property values that are currently motivations in our ordinance. So I think that matters a lot. It's going to matter to this window replacement project that we may see in coming weeks. I didn't kind of, and the point about the statusing of facades, I didn't make this point last time, and I'd like to make it, is that we on the heels of a project that proposes greater density in the West Side Guadalupe district and greater affordability. I think it's especially important that we really are careful with the statusing of facades. The preclusion of a second story here is the preclusion of somebody else living in the district, of keeping low density in the districts. And to me, that's antithetical to the way that the historic architecture actually evolved in the way of family compounds and walkable neighborhoods. And so it's to me, that's a very big deal that we don't kind of preclude the future from happening and preclude other people from living in the district. So, I mean, two big equity issues tonight on this, the energy and I think also the density issue. And I'm sorry to interrupt your motion, Member Benvenu.
Problem, not a problem.
Comments and back to you, Member Benvenu.
Thank you. So, yeah, with reference to that as by way of preamble, you know, I do approach this case as being a facade designation, not a determination of what changes may or may not be able to be made in the future with respect to windows or something that the applicant hasn't even raised, which is adding a second floor. All of those are would be for another day, and nothing would be precluded. And as Member Aguilar Madrana pointed out, even if only one facade is designated as primary, the applicant is going to need to return for requests for exceptions. So I don't see anything in terms of what we do tonight, regardless of which motion ultimately is approved, would preclude any future development. And I don't think that affordable housing and equity enter into the discussion. The last project was approved as a project completely within our ordinance and required no exceptions, and fits in perfectly with what our ordinance requires. So it's not our job to be revising the ordinance for our own, based on our own personal opinion as to how it should read. We can certainly make that argument to those who on the governing council who will be revising the ordinance, but we have an ordinance that we're interpreting today. So with that said, in case 2024-007886 HDRB 329 Otero Street, I move to adopt staff's recommendations for the reasons set forth in the staff report, and as stated tonight on the record, that the historic status of the structure be maintained as contributing, that the north, south, and west facades be designated as primary, and that the Riverstone retaining sidewall along the west and south be designated contributing.
And do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
Roll call vote?
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
No.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida.
No.
The motion has been approved 3-2.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa.
You, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good to see you all.
Nice to see you as well. Next case is located at 465 Camino Manzano, and I see the applicant coming forward. He's doing that so I make sure I don't forget him. This is Ramon's case.
Ooh, I'm missing a picture here. Madam Chair and members of the board, this is case number 2024-007773-HDRB. Correct that. It's 2024-007828-HDRB. 465 Manzano. I hope I have the right slide presentation here. The property straddles downtown. I don't have the right slide here. Camino Manzano is located south of Acequia Madre, and the house is indicated in the red here. Let me get out of this and see if I can find the right file. Perhaps, Lanny, you can assist me.
Heather, do you have something to
Yes.
say?
Did you want to postpone this case until then after the next case so that Ramon can research that?
Is that okay with you, Richard, as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go find the right file. My apologies.
Okay, the next case is located at 803 Agua Fria Street. Is that applicant here? The applicants are here. And that is Lanny's case. Hopefully we have better luck.
Good evening, Chair and board members. This is case 2024-7838 for 803 Agua Fria for site improvements on a significant property. 803 Agua Fria is on the north side of the street on the west corner of Irvine and south of Cleveland Street. The property at 803 Agua Fria Street is a single-family residence listed as significant to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District and is listed on the New Mexico State Register of Historic Places. The 2,723 square foot New Mexico vernacular style home was built in 1848. The original house was a 3-room L-shaped structure on the southeast corner of the site. Through the 1930s, several additions, including the front portal, were constructed. The sunroom on the northwest corner of the house was constructed in the mid-1940s and is the last addition that was made to the residence. The sunroom is constructed out of concrete block with a flat roof. The earlier additions are of adobe and have pitched roofs. The house has very simple detailing except for the front porch. The front porch is constructed of low river rock exterior walls, contrasting decorative paint underneath the portal, painted wood beaded board ceilings, and concrete flooring. A non-historic wood raised deck was added to the west side of the house at an unknown date after 1998, but before 2019. A carport was added to the north side of the house in 1985 and is built with wood columns, vigas, and corbels, which are designed after the wings of the Larroguette's geese. I probably mispronounced their name, but they're the people who initially built the house. Windows are a mix of original and newer windows. The windows are of wood and include the following styles: a 1/1 painted double hung, a 3/1 painted wood double hung, and a true divided light casement window. The original doors have been replaced with a mixture of wood panel and French doors. All of the walls other than the sunroom are adobe with stucco color coat. The wood shingle gables are currently blue. The roof consists of a medium slope gable roof, a low slope shed roof on the west addition, and a flat roof sloping to the north on the northwest addition. The original turnplate roof was replaced with a red ARP panel metal roof at an unknown date. In 2019, staff approved replacement of the doors on the south elevation, repair of the windows in the sunroom, hardscaping and parking pads, 4-foot adobe walls, removing the concrete barrier at the front steps, and installing gutters and downspouts. Some of this work was not completed, including the yard walls and the front step alteration. There is a contributing garage on the northwest side of the property. The garage is often referred to as the shed. It was constructed by 1958 and possibly as early as the 1930s. The accessory structure is constructed of adobe with a shed roof that pitches at a low angle to the north, and it has eaves. It is a simple rectangular shape with window penetrations on the west and east facades and a set of swinging wooden entry doors on the south. The east and west facade windows were replaced in 2019. Currently, the fencing on the property consists of a 36-inch high wire fence along the driveway, a 60-inch high wire fence between the house and the garage unit on the north side of the property, and a varying 72 to 80-inch coyote fence on the western lot line, which is shared with the only abutting property. The owner was issued a notice of violation for constructing a 6-foot high coyote fence along the property line on Agua Fria, which replaced a mix of wire and wood fence that was about 60 inches in height. The latillas of the coyote fence are currently to the interior of the fence, which does not meet the underlying zoning code, that the framework needs to be to the interior of the property. The applicant proposes the following exterior alterations to construct the coyote fence at 6 feet in height around the perimeter of the property where the maximum allowable heights vary. They're 55 inches along Agua Fria, 58 along Irvine, and 54 along Cleveland. The framework will be to the interior of the property as required. An exception to the 14-5.2 D9 is requested for exceeding the maximum allowable height. They will be installing a sliding vehicle gate at the entrance to the existing carport on the north of the property. Install a swing out vehicle gate at the inside of the drive to the west of the garage unit. Replace existing wire fencing on the north of the property with 72-inch high coyote fencing. Install a total of 5 interior and exterior pedestrian gates at the 6-foot height, and construct a 240 square foot freestanding pergola to a height of 10 feet. The pergola will be roofed with vigas and stained a natural wood tone, and install a 54 square foot garden shed to a height of 7 feet. The shed will have a shed roof and will be located just inside of the swinging vehicle gate. These are examples of the pergola and garden shed to be placed on the west of the property inside of the new fencing and gates. And these are examples of the 2 vehicle gates to be installed on the north side of the property. Staff did not find that all of the exception criteria have been met, but the board may find that they have upon further testimony. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2 D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2 I, Westside Guadalupe design standards. It was requested at the field trip that I provide you with a comparison of the fences for the property along Agua Fria. They're here for your convenience. Stand for questions.
Yes.
Sorry.
If you'll permit me for just a minute, Member Aguilar Medrano. This property affects 3 different streetscapes. Would you kindly describe the 3 different streetscapes in terms of walls and fences, in terms of materials and heights?
Certainly. So Agua Fria has quite a few wire fences, but there's also mostly yard walls, and they all tend to be lower. The Irvine Street, especially in this area, except for the school that's right across the street from them, is lower yard walls, usually about 3 feet in height. And then also along Cleveland are lower yard walls.
So coyote fences are not very prevalent in this area?
No, there are a few on Agua Fria, but they tend to be not on the streetscape, but further in on the properties.
Thank you. And also, this is a significant house. As I understand it, the applicant is not wanting to put anything in front of the main entrance, correct?
Correct.
In an area there in front of the main entrance.
The portion of the house that actually faces on Irvine will all be visible.
Okay, thank you. Member Aguilar Medrano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lainey, I was just wondering, I didn't see anything in the packet about the design of the pedestrian gates. Are they, and do you know if they're intended to match the vehicular ones, is what I'm assuming with latillas?
The pedestrian gates are going to be latillas.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laney, just another couple points of clarification. The fence along, or the proposed fence along Agua Fria currently exists. Is that correct?
Yes, it was already previously constructed.
Okay, it was just inside out, perhaps.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so and what's being proposed here, or at least on the Agua Fria side, is the same fence just turned around.
Yes.
Okay, and in the same configuration. That's
Yes.
on the
Mhm.
site plan. And then my second question is, you know, 6x9 shed, you know, if that's the exact product, I think that's a faithful enough representation for this board to review. I guess I'm really struggling with the absence of drawings for the pergola, and the vehicular gates. And the reason being is that the pergola is, good size. It's really big. It's 20 feet long by 12 feet as proposed. It's next to a significant building. And I would say the same about the gates. And I don't mean to be too persnickety, but those are things that I would expect that, you know, would be requirements before coming to a hearing. Is there a reason why we're not seeing them?
I didn't catch them.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Were you
You were
done?
done.
I wasn't sure.
Member Buda?
I'm done. I'm sorry
Okay.
to leave it trailing.
Well, I just wanted to clarify on that last line of questioning, the fence is there, but it was not approved, right? This is not an approved fence. We're asking for permission to
Correct.
change.
No,
This is an unapproved fence that
it's an
they're asking.
unapproved fence that they want approved.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, yeah, the pergola is concerning to me as well, because there's a description that it's going to be a log structure. I imagined it kind of gives me the feeling that maybe there's some commercial product out there that they have in mind, and they have a photograph of or a drawing of one, but we don't really know what it's going to look like. And I do think that that pergola is quite important to a significant building. We are required to judge structures for their harmony with the existing buildings, and that, at least the description of it that we see in the rendering that we have, such as it is, does not strike me as being in harmony with this significant building, but it's hard to know without something much more specific. So that is a problem.
Apologize for that. That was my fault.
All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you. Oh, I guess the garden shed, I'm not clear that if that's not attached to the ground, that's not something we would have to approve as a structure, correct? If it's just something you buy and stick in your
correct.
backyard, yeah.
If it's not.
And so we just need clarification as to that, I think. What their intent is as far as the foundation. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, board members? If not, applicant, please come forward, or applicants, and get sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. When you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Laura Graney, 803 Agua Fria Street, Santa Fe, 87501.
Tom Curtis, 803 Agua Fria.
Good evening. And you have the floor, and we'll hear from you.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Lanny, for the description. Just to clarify that last issue about the garden shed, that'll be kind of a separate structure, just sitting on either flagstone or a concrete pad.
And speak right into that mic so we can hear you.
Sorry, on a concrete pad or flagstone type thing. Our primary interest in building a fence around our property has been some security issues and safety issues, particularly along Agua Fria, where the windows facing the street are bedroom windows, and we've had problems with intruders at our bedroom windows. So that's our primary interest, is the safety and security of our property and ourselves. The coyote fence is consistent with what was there previously. We extended the coyote fence to move all the way to our neighbor to the west, Pat, who's here tonight. And we picked coyote fence because it was consistent with the fencing that he had as well. So it's what was previously on the property before we owned the property, and it's at least consistent with our immediate neighbors. So those are kind of the selection criteria for why we want a 6-foot fence and the selection of the coyote. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do you have questions for the applicants? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're, I guess, on the fence alone, a couple of issues. One is just the height, right? And the other is the material. And let me just say that your needs for security are glaring. So that I don't think is in dispute here, that this is a very exposed property. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, it's clear that you need to be able to have some kind of perimeter protection, no doubt. So we're kind of butting up against the code provisions and your desire for as much protection as you can get. And I guess to me, the height issue is the easier one because, and Lonnie, I think you can help me with this. We had a discussion today. It's either 4'3" that's allowed or 4'5". Which one do you think it is?
Sorry, the calculation, I did double check. It's 4'5".
You can go up to 4'5", which is consistent with quite a few of the properties, which do tend to have low walls. I know you can find a few higher walls. There are a few, but the average is quite low. To me, that seems sufficient for privacy as well as security. And the fence guidelines do also, or the wall and fence guidelines do also suggest that, you know, you can have vegetation on top of your walls as well as another way to increase your privacy. So that, as I say, is a little bit easier to me, but the coyote fencing is trickier because there is, again, some coyote fencing in the area. I do think, though, you know, in looking at the properties, staff's view seems to me, at this time at least, persuasive that the coyote fencing tends to be less right on the street of Agua Fria and more between properties or set back from the street. There may be an exception or two, but that's the primary use of coyote fencing. In this particular property, it did look in looking at the packet that there was at least one photo of some existing coyote fence at one time, but there were also photos of no fencing, and there apparently was just wire fencing when you purchased the property. So I'm not completely, you know, it doesn't seem that if there was coyote fencing that it was necessarily something that was of long standing or of necessarily a long period of time on that property. And then I guess too, it's a very long, my other considerations are it's a very long stretch. It's probably 80 or 90 feet, maybe. I'm not sure exactly. You might know.
Along Agua Fria?
On the Agua Fria side.
That's probably at least 90 feet.
At least maybe 100. And, you know, our fence and wall guidelines get, you know, concerned when we get over 50 feet of an unchanged wall or fence, and does want us to have some variation in the fencing at that point in time, both in height and in setbacks.
Yeah, just to describe what was there when we moved there. There is a wire fence that currently exists on Agua Fria that goes up to about the end of the house. And then there was coyote fencing, and some of it was kind of dilapidated and falling down and probably there for quite a while. That kind of went around closer to the front porch. So there was coyote fencing along kind of where the house is. And then there's a little bit of coyote fencing still in the backyard. I'm not sure how extensive that was. That's over 6 feet tall.
Right.
And so that fell down from age and decay and things like that. So that had been there quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least for, I don't know how fast things decay here, but.
Okay. So, you know, given all those kinds of issues, and I know, you know, you've seen staff's recommendation, I'm sure you had discussions with them. Is there any strong reason why you feel compelled to make this perimeter fencing out of coyote rather than something solid? And secondly, why you need the additional height?
Yeah, I would say a stone fence, for example, around the whole property would be cost prohibitive for us. So there's a cost factor that comes in. But you know, I guess I would say that historically that is what was had.
Combination of personal preference and what we thought.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you speak right into the mic, ma'am, and tell us?
For a combination of personal preference for the coyote fencing, and then also that we thought that from our time coming back and forth to Santa Fe before we retired here, we thought that was kind of what we saw the most of and what we loved and really wanted. So.
And as far as the 6 foot versus 4 foot or 4'3", like you said, our feelings of security and things like that would lean strongly toward having a 6 foot fence. But and I think with the increase in the crime and things like that, what even has been historically approved by the board maybe should be rethought if the security issues are becoming more critical to the neighborhood, which they seem to be.
And since we put up that fence, we no longer have trash thrown in our yard. We don't have people coming up to our house and knocking on our windows, or it has given us an incredible sense of much more safety, at least on that side. And we want to feel that way on the entire property, not just on Agua Fria.
Thank you.
Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am really sympathetic to your security concerns. I mean, it's a very exposed property on 3 sides. The height calculations for fences are like our height calculations for buildings. You know, they're based on averaging and you know, they often result in a determination that is neither here nor there. You know, they don't sell 4'3" fences at Home Depot, you know, and it doesn't really, you know, to me, the height calculation doesn't really address the privacy and security needs along Agua Fria. I think a very strong case could be made for retaining a coyote fence oriented the correct way at this height, at 6 feet, or, you know, whatever height we're talking about along Agua Fria, because along that, most of that street are the broad ends of property. It's not a pedestrian friendly side of the street. There's no sidewalk there. There's an unoccupied lot further down. There are other coyote fences of this height further down as well. And so I would be very supportive of a tall fence that really not only provides physical security, but also gives you that, you know, the removal of vehicle headlights, and, you know, there are pickup trucks with headlights way taller than 4'3" or 5" or whatever, and would discourage the throwing of trash. And I think it's a treatment that makes sense for that side of the property. I'd say the other side, though, is very, very different, right? The neighborhood, when you move from Agua Fria to just onto the side street or to the other street, I know your house doesn't front that way, but we are talking about a radically different context, right? Not high-speed vehicles anymore. It's friendly to walking around. There's more eyes on the street, and all of that. And that's also where the character of your significant home presents itself a lot more readily. I know there's a garden over there and all of that. You know, I would suggest, if you're open to it, I certainly would be supportive of retaining, you know, it is too much coyote fencing But I think in the current situation and given Agua Fria, it works on that side of the house, retaining that proposal on that side, but pursuing a different design for the yard wall that is really a front yard wall on the other side of the house. Something lower, something a different material that would be more complementary to the house, and something that would look better, I think, both from inside and outside your property. I suspect that this case is going to have to come back for a presentation of drawings of the pergola anyway, and dimension drawings of the gate. So my feeling is that that could be some good direction for the return of this case to the board.
Thank you, Member Guida. Yes, sir.
So one thing about the Agua Fria side and then the fencing on the Cleveland side is right now there is a gate on the, let's see, it would be the south side of the porch, between the shed, the existing shed and the house. Do you know where I'm talking? But we would, an alternative to address what you were saying. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Right there, if we had a 6-foot fence there, and then where that new gate is at the end of the shed, I had wanted a gate close to the street, but if we had a 6-foot gate there, it's not real close to the street. And the other thought, and I didn't mention this, we'd like to get a dog. And we've had athletic dogs in the past that I'm not sure a 4-foot fence would, it would be better not to have that issue. And so that would be a contained area for potentially for the dog. And then if we had a shorter fence along Cleveland and Irvine, that wouldn't impact us so much, I think.
And what would our choices be, other than if we like the pergola? What would you suggest we do then? Or the fence?
I'm not proposing an alternative to the pergola. We need to see drawings of it.
Not the pergola, the
Oh.
fence around the rest of the house.
Something that could complement the house visually. I think a stucco wall would be, in keeping with the district and also could complement the house. I think a rubble stone wall that, is in the spirit of the front porch of the house could also be quite beautiful. We're talking about, I would guess, mostly physical security there. There is even, metal fences that would be acceptable, that would be transparent, and provide that security. I also imagine that the vehicle gate wouldn't need to be 6 feet either. It could be a low vehicle gate that would discourage folks from walking onto the property.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this particular project? Please come forward and get sworn in.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Patricio Aragoite. I live at 812 Cleveland Street, which is on the western border of my neighbors. And, we've always had a security issue on Agua Fria Street. Even that the existing or the fence that my neighbors put up at 4'3" or 4'5", whatever it is. I mean, people go right over the top of that. I mean, I've seen it happen, and as a result, I increased the size of the coyote fence that separates my property from their property to a little higher on that end because of that. And It is a security issue. I agree with some of the comments that it should be a shorter type of fence on the Cleveland side. It shows off the house a little bit more. I'm a little attached to this property because it belonged to my grandfather and belonged to my father. And the name is Laragoita. I don't know what staff mentioned the name was, but the neighbors are great. They've done a lot of work that needed to be done on the house, and they're great neighbors, and hopefully this board can help them out.
Thank you, Mr. Laragoite. Anyone else? This looks like Mr. Eddie is coming forward.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is John Eddy. My address is number 14 Avenida Campo Verde, Santa Fe. Madam Chair, board members, I too commiserate with the idea of security on properties. And it is more and more of a concern. But I do think that the gate as built is too high. The fact that it was built unapproved lends more credence to the fact that there alterations need to be made on that fence. If you've ever tried to climb a coyote fence, having the superstructure on the outside, the public side of the fence makes it a lot easier to climb. So bringing the coyote to the outside of the superstructure will help quite a bit. I do think that lowering that fence, even if it's 6 inches to a foot, would help not only the visibility of this house, which is significant. The height right now constricts visibility of that house, as has been noted by the neighbor. So that's very important as well. Plantings, as has been suggested, of woodbine on a coyote fence makes it a lot harder to get over too, and also gives you a lot more privacy once it's filled in. So I look forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Anyone else in this room wishing to comment? No one else? Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Benenato, who was previously sworn.
Okay, Stephanie?
Stephanie Benenato, can you hear me?
It's very low,
Okay, can you hear me now?
much better.
Okay, I agree that this project has to come back because the drawings are inadequate. Also, I really don't like the idea of having a coyote fence, a 6-foot coyote fence on Agua Fria Street. I walk and run and bike by there all the time, and it would really change the character. I understand the security needs, but as John Eddy pointed out, putting those bracing, the cross bracing on the outside is creating a ladder. Once it's on the inside, even at 5 feet, it's going to be a lot, or whatever it is, 4.5 feet. It's going to be a lot harder to get over it, and plantings will help. I also think that the Cleveland Street side and Irvine, that those should be much lower. It really almost still feels rural there, perhaps because the lots are somewhat bigger than in other parts of Agua Fria. And I think that kind of low wall helps foster that character. And again, I just feel it's unfortunate that people go ahead and do things and then come forward and want approval exactly as built. And I especially would object to a 90-foot long coyote fencing. So I again appreciate the need for security, but there's many ways of achieving it without putting a 6-foot fence there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom? Board members, I am ready for a motion. Laura Matrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Left a little more often.
In case number 2024-007838 HDRB at 803 Agua Fria Street, I would move to postpone this case to a date yet to be determined and ask that the clients provide drawings for the pergola, the vehicular gates, and the pedestrian gates, indicating both the design and the materials of all of those that were just mentioned, and would also ask the applicant to consider presenting a design that has a significantly shorter wall along Cleveland. And if they would consider any reductions in height of the coyote fence along Agua Fria, even if it were 6 inches or 1 foot. And if they would also consider the lower vehicular gates along Cleveland.
Is there a second to this motion?
I second that motion.
Is there anything further to add? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, this is always tricky when we're postponing because it can lead the applicant to believe that, oh, if we just do the two things that were suggested, then we'll be approved. But we really didn't necessarily have a consensus on what would or wouldn't be approved in this case. I just hope that that's clear. What we're asking for is to take all the comments into consideration as well as the staff's recommendations and then decide how you want to approach the same application the second time around. I would also emphasize that I personally am still very concerned about the height on Agua Fria Street and the material of the coyote fence. It's not, I certainly understand the security issue, but that just does not appear on the streetscape at all, or at least with any commonality on that entire stretch of Agua Fria. We do see that type of coyote fencing between properties, but we're talking about an extremely important street that this is being set against, with some really extraordinary properties that are all up and down that street, most of which are completely exposed to the street without any walls at all. And they seem to survive, and I'm reluctant to open the door to walling off Agua Fria Street in order to preserve security. I will say, though, that, one possible solution that I could imagine myself personally potentially being okay with and supporting, if you feel it's absolutely essential to get to 6 feet just for the purpose of preventing people from scaling the wall or throwing things into the yard, I would at least want to see the exception request being made for additional amounts of fencing that was not solid. So some kind of fenestrated fencing, some kind of metal grill, something that you can see through so that it's not nearly as much of a wall effect across Agua Fria, especially given the extraordinary length of the fence that's being proposed. And another option might be, again, I don't believe that the coyote fencing is appropriate on Agua Fria along the street, but I do understand the expense issue as well. And one possible compromise might be some pedestals with some coyote fencing in between that might fit much more harmoniously with the existing significant structure and the streetscape. So those are just, these are my personal opinions, so they also don't guarantee anything, but I would like to see those taken into consideration. And the pergola as well it would be nice to see some thought being put into that design to make it harmonious with the building as opposed to looking like a generic log structure.
Thank you for your comments. Member Beachley.
Yeah, just a friendly amendment for the motion. I believe that the fencing along Irvine Street as well be significantly lower than the 6 feet proposed, similar to what is suggested for Cleveland.
Accepted as friendly. Yeah, and thank you, Chair Bienvenue, for the additional conversation, because I'm along those same lines. At the beginning of this presentation, I was very opposed to the 6-foot coyote fence, but through some of these discussions, again, I personally might be open to some sort of meet in the middle if, for instance, the lower wall along Cleveland and Irving Street was something that really added to the streetscape, maybe perhaps the river stone wall. I think the stucco in that street's kind of just the safest bare minimum option, but if we could somehow add to the streetscape on that side, I might be more amenable to the coyote fence along Agua Fria. But thank you for pointing that out. Nothing is guaranteed. These are all just comments for you to take into consideration. You can also come back with the exact same proposal if you so wish. Just want to make sure you guys are clear on that.
Can I ask for a bit of clarification about the pergola? We kind of picked the log structure with the idea that that was consistent with the rustic. An alternative would be to pick a pergola with a roof, red roof, kind of like our house. And it sounds like the board prefers a house-like pergola rather than, oh, okay. So, okay, I misunderstood that.
What are you saying,
Um,
Member Guida?
I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the board is that there's a more kind of consistent and holistic approach to the fences and to the pergola design. One that, although one fence may be coyote fence along Agua Fria, and one may be a different fence along the other two streets, that consideration is given to the design, and I would address the term pick. We're not going to pick anything out of a catalog for this proposal. I think the direction here is that you have a significant house, and that these design solutions should be a bit tailored to the properties of that house and the character of that house. So I agree, it's a good solution. If we're going to have a 6-foot fence along Agua Fria, maybe it has stucco pilasters, and maybe the wall along the other two streets, even if it's stucco or if it's another material, it has a kind of similar pilaster type detail. I think you're right to think about the existing house and some of the cues. The red roof is not something that was approved by this board and is inconsistent with the historic design of the house. Logs are not necessarily evident on the house, but maybe in looking at the fences, the gates, and the house together, a proposal that relates to those elements can be drawn up and shown to the board, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you. I think you've been given numerous suggestions by the board. And I hope this will help you in coming back before the board. I'm going to assume that this motion, when we take the vote, is going to pass. And so the board does want to work with you, and you do have a significant house, and they want you to obviously continue living there. When we were there on the field trip, you definitely need some kind of surrounding fence or wall, because it's very open, and it looks like if people are walking like through the part on Cleveland or that they can just walk right to your backyard. And your backyard is significantly large, and I guess that's the way it was on the other side. And at one time, all of those properties, or many of those properties, were open. In other words, not even fencing. But we are living obviously in different times. But I will ask for the vote. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Valdo?
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the future.
Madam Chair and applicants. Madam Chair and applicants. Okay. I need to state on the record, if this is a recommendation and the applicants agree that they want to work on a redesign and come back before the board, this cannot be appealed until you come back to the board with a redesign and it's either approved or rejected. If you have no intention of redesigning, you lost your right to appeal, unless you say, I have no intention of redesigning, and then the board can vote to reject this application and you can appeal to the governing body. So if you agree to this, please understand your right to appeal has not started to run yet. Is that clear? Okay.
I think, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
if this is a recommendation, we do not have a final action. and you can only appeal a final action. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. You have to
Gonna
come
go
back and either
work
get
on
an
this.
approval or a rejection. Okay, all right.
Okay. Ramon, are you ready with your case on Monsanto?
Working that out for you guys.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I apparently overwrote the file that I created. So I quickly reconstructed it. So it's not as thorough of a presentation as I usually give, but I think we've got enough bones in it to move on. And Heather's going to be running the presentation from her computer.
IT, can you please put the presentation I have on the screen? Not the computer or the laptop at the DS podium.
So we are able to move forward?
I believe so.
Phil, can you please change the screen to my screen? Share.
Okay, I think we're squared away now. Sorry about the delay. Madam Chair and members of the board, this is case number 2024007828 HDRB 465 Camino Manzano. May I have the next slide, please? The project is on Camino Manzano, and that right of way basically dead ends into the property. It's outlined here in red. Okay. This is a floor plan of the property with a quick evolution that's included in your packets under the HDRB report. It's kind of a complicated residence, and it has very many separate additions and renovations that have happened to the facades over time. May I have the next slide, please? This is the south elevation. Oh, check that. That's the north elevation. Next slide, please. This is inside of the little interior courtyard and shows that two-story section is historically the core of the building. Next slide, please. This is the east elevation, and you can see, the several kind of modifications that have accumulated over time. I have the next slide, please. This would be the south elevation. Again, many accumulations over time. It's a lovely property. It's got a large acreage to it. May I have the next slide, please? This is the proposed primary facade, which is the one that the architectural historian recommended, the north facade. It's outlined in red here. And the adjacent facades are numbered clockwise around the residence. And may I have the next slide? Staff recommends the status remain as contributing and agrees with the recommendation of the architectural historian that the north facade be designated as primary. With that, I can take any questions.
Any questions for Ramon at this time? Member Reed.
Just one quick question. Ramon, can you show your diagram with the periods of construction again? And what are the 4 periods of construction?
I believe the grayed areas are the original construction areas, and the green and reds are later additions. This is, I kind of just stole this from the Higbee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll look at the Higbee. Thank you for showing that.
Anything further? If not, will the applicant please come forward? He has been sworn
Thank
in.
you. The slide actually shows the different time periods. So the gray is 1958. The green is post 1958, and the red is like 1990 something. Okay. I don't agree with the designation that the staff has put forward. The historic report written by John Murphy says, given its age and nostalgic design, upgrading the building to contributing status is recommended. The front north facade of the 2-story block best communicates the design intention and the Dodge period. That's the period of the original builder and owner of the house. This elevation appears to have the most preserved integrity, with the other sides altered by additions and other changes. For this reason, this elevation is recommended as the only primary facade. But he says the 2-story block facade, and he says it shows the most integrity. So I think it's the facade of the house itself, because later he says the main house looks over 2 fir trees, which you see in this photograph, and a patch of lawn with a 2-story facade. Unusual for Santa Fe is its double porch design, perhaps better described as a portal with a balcony above. The structure is a nod to territorial era design, territorial era architecture. It is supported by square posts which continue onto the 2nd-story porch roof. Underneath the balcony are large wood beams. You can see those in this photograph. Underneath them are large wood beams that appear to be old. On closer inspection, they are stock pieces that have been rusticated on their sides, giving the feeling of a colonial era mission church. The portal floor is paved with flagstone. The balcony deck is made with different sized boards. Based on a photograph in an earlier survey, its railing has been replaced. So he's making the point that the portal, though there was a portal there originally, he's only working with aerial photographs. He's making the case that it's been made to look like it's old, and there's parts of it that don't have historic integrity. And the historic report, which is reports on the windows and the doors in the facade, shows that they are historic. The doors and windows are historic, and but the portal in its current configuration is not. And so I believe that what he was referring to as a two-story block to have the primary, to be the primary facade means the facade of the house, not the portal, the porch. The portal is not original. I think there always was a two-story portal, but this is not it. This is not it entirely, at least not as a whole. It's not there. So the primary facade should be the beautiful two-story block of the house behind, and not this spindly portal that you see in front.
So, Richard,
Yeah.
am I understanding you correctly? You are in agreement that this facade that we are now looking at should be primary, excluding
Yeah.
the portal?
Yes, if you look at the diagram that was just presented of the primary facades, it goes around the portal instead of going straight across the block of the house. And so my contention is it should be the block of that elevation should be straight across at the bottom of the portal. That's all that I want to say, because I feel like this portal is not really attractive, and it doesn't really complement the house behind it. I think it's a beautiful house. It's just not a beautiful portal, and it's not original because it's not original, perhaps.
Ramon, do you have any comments in reference to what Mr. Martinez just said?
No, Madam Chair.
Heather?
Madam Chair, with Mr. Martinez's comments, my question in my head is, has that portal gained its own sort of historic character in its own right, reflecting an evolution of the building? And, I don't know if Mr. Martinez knows when that portal change took place. That might help.
And with those comments being made, you are assuming that that portal was made later on. Is that correct?
Assuming that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Or altered later on. I do think that there was always a portal intended there. You can see in the photograph that there are doors out of the second story bedrooms. They went somewhere always. It is, I don't know when that portal was altered, but I assume it was at the same time that many of the other changes were made, which is like in the late 70s or something like that, because some of those changes are from that time. I just contend that if when the historian is talking about the integrity of the structure of the two-story block, he's not talking about the portal, he's talking about the house behind. That's all.
Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richard, just a question for you. I mean, I understand your point, and I really do recognize that included in what you're saying is that a two-story portal has always been there. Because otherwise the upstairs bedroom doors wouldn't make sense and all of that. Is your proposal to say that it's just the two-story building facade and we exclude the portal period? Or do we just acknowledge that it's the north facade, including the portal, noting, as we do with windows, that many of the materials and details of the portal are non-historic material?
Well, so
would that be a fair interpretation?
Perhaps what I want, my ultimate goal is to leave the house as it is, because it's a beautiful house, but to alter that portal, because I think it does not help that house.
I don't want to get into the situation where we say it's the north facade excluding the portal.
Yeah.
Then you come back and we have a trouble overcoming the exceptions for making an addition to a primary facade. And so my general recommendation, and other board members may disagree, but is that we do as we do in cases where some materials, a door or windows, are non-historic material. And we say, oh, it's the north facade inclusive of the portal, noting that many of the materials, details of that portal, including the beams, including the handrail, and perhaps the porch surfaces, and some of the proportions have been altered and are non-historic.
Yes, perhaps. Yeah, just from looking at it, I can just see that there's a beautiful house behind, and then there's a portal with wooden posts and a stucco portal, a stucco parapet around the top. It just looks
All right.
awful. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so interesting discussion, and this is an incredible house. No doubt about it, and I know you're going to do an amazing job retaining its integrity. Because for such a large house, it has a really nice classical simplicity to it that, is really worth hanging on to. Anyway, I guess, if we were 100% sure of what you're saying, I think the case would be a little easier, but it's not real clear to me that we know enough about that portal. And when I look at you're relying on the HDRB, but the HDRB, he includes the portal as the original footprint, and he doesn't kind of call that out and say, of course, it was reconstructed after 1958. So I don't really see anything in his report that, other than those kind of cryptic comments about some of the wood, that really established that this thing was torn down and recreated.
Maybe not torn down, maybe just rebuilt, altered. Yeah. In many projects, I have discussions with the historian all through the process because I'm providing the drawings to him. We're talking about the different parts of the house, what the age is and all that sort of stuff. So it just sort of surprised me when the staff report came out yesterday. It showed not the house, but the portal as the primary. And it was always discussed, or it was always, it was always discussed with the historian that it was the house that was important. So I wasn't expecting this portal to be the primary facade. I was expecting the house to be. And so I contend that the language of the report says the two-story block. It does not say the portal because he intended it to be the house itself.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of see that. It would have seemed surprising he wouldn't called out something about saying, but I'm not including the portal, and he does not do that. And like I say, his diagram shows that portal as being part of the original footprint.
The portal was part of the original.
Right, but he doesn't make any indication that, but I don't mean to suggest that.
Yeah,
I want to call that out as a separate item that we shouldn't designate. I
don't want to make a big point of this, but it's often
often
the case that the historic reports that come for different houses that I am, that I know fairly well, because the historian is only working from aerial photographs, because that's all that exists, aerial photographs, that you can't tell whether something has been enclosed or whether something has been altered. You can just see whether it was there at all. And, so that's valuable, but that doesn't mean that its integrity is attacked. That's all.
Sure. No, I get that. Yeah, and just for clarification, I think Ramon's proposal is to designate the block and the portal as being the entire north elevation, the diagram almost looks like he's just identifying the portal, but I think he's including the block as well, right? That entire facade, in essence.
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenu, yes, that's the intent.
All right, thanks.
Member Beecher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that point, actually, I'm 16 on page 8 of our packet on page 3 of the HICP under modifications. Number 2 is post 1958 alteration of south elevation and north portal based on aerial photographs. So that, unless I'm reading that wrong, I think to indicate that the historian did think that the north portal had been altered after 1958. It's page 8 of our packet at the bottom of the form.
It could have still been altered during, it could still fall under historic times when it was altered. Any other questions or comments? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment? Mr. Eddie is coming forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whoa. Sorry. This is a tricky one. I empathize with the architect. I presume, I think everybody in the room is kind of presuming that this portal has been altered at some point. And it does seem provable that it was part of the original footprint, and it's logical that it was because of the doors on the upper floor. But I agree with the architect that as it stands, it does appear spindly. And it doesn't look like if it was altered by someone who was sensitive enough to the architecture of the original house. I'm presuming that's kind of where he's going with this. So I agree that that entire facade should be included as contributing. And it is misleading in the report that only the portal is shown as contributing. So I would suggest that that be observed by the board, and perhaps the recommendations of staff need to be altered to clarify the fact that it is the elevation of the house itself, which does include the portal, that is contributing. Given that, I would assume that the architect is going to come back with some requests to make alterations to that portal, but that's for another meeting. So it's a wonderful house, and you have the delicate charge here of maintaining its integrity. And I do think that its integrity is a little bit confusing. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Eddie. It is another wonderful house here in Santa Fe. And it's at the very end of Manzano. And we're lucky to have these beautiful homes, whether it's a small home that we saw on Otero of 900 square feet, or what did she say, 900 square feet, or this one. I mean, this is very well kept as well, very well maintained. Anyone else in this audience wishing to speak on this project? No one. Anyone on Zoom? No? Okay. Motion, please. Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2024-007-828, 465, Camino Manzano. I move that the board upgrade the status of the structure to contributing per staff's recommendation, and designate the north facade of the 1958 building as primary, inclusive of the two-story portal, noting that the portal has been altered over time and that many parts of it and its detailings are non-historic materials.
Is there a second to this motion?
Well, I'll second, but with the friendly amendment. I don't know that we've established, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're certain that those are non-historic materials in the alterations, because if it happened prior to 1973, they'd still be historic. So, but I do agree that we should definitely state that we acknowledge that there have been changes and that we would be open to certainly more evidence establishing that they're not even historic.
I accept it as friendly.
Anything further to add? Nothing further. Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And we will go on to the next case, which is located at 407 West Buena Vista Street. And that is also Ramon's case. And is the applicant here? The applicants are here. Ramon, may we hear from you?
Technical difficulties once again.
Way they have these little square.
Madam Chair and members of the board, once again, Heather's going to run the presentation. I don't have my notes are included in the presentation, so I'm going to do my best to wing it. And if Heather, if you see any of my notes that you think are significant that you would like to bring attention to, we can do that. This is case number 007-829-2024. 007-829-HDRB 407 West Buena Vista Street. In it's containing the Don Gaspar Historic District. And this case was brought before this board, I believe, in January. May I have the next slide? This indicates the location of the property. The site plan. The applicant now would like to bring together a addition and renovation to non-primary facades. The primary facades were determined at the last hearing to be the street facing. That would be south facade, excluding the non-historic windows and the non-historic elements of the portal. And the west facade that extends to what's called the sleeping room. May I have the next slide, please? West and south elevations. Another, Madam Chair, another little gym. I have the next slide. Partial west elevation. This is what one was considered as primary, down to that bump out, which is considered was an enclosed at one time sleeping room area, outdoor sleeping area. Now it's enclosed. And the next slide. This shows that sleeping area to the right and what they're calling the laundry room, which was part of the original footprint at the time of construction. The applicant would now like to remodel that portion of the building to make a more continuous flow of space into the interior of the residence. And you'll see the representation in the drawings here shortly. The east elevation, which is very limited visibility. Here we're looking at the existing site plan on the left and the proposed site plan on the right. So it's kind of, he's squaring off that, what was previously called the laundry room and incorporating that space into the greater floor plan. Can we see the next slide? This is the, it's got a really nice built out basement. And this on the left shows the existing basement and the proposed addition on the right. May I have the next slide? Again, the existing floor plan on the left and the proposed addition and floor plan to the right. Existing east elevation and the proposed east elevation going from top to bottom. And then left to right is existing north elevation and the proposed north elevation showing the build out. The from top to bottom, existing west elevation, the proposed west elevation, and on the bottom left to right is the existing south elevation and the proposed south elevation. Staff recommends approval of the project and finds the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2H for the Don-Gaspar area standards. With that, I can take any questions.
Questions for Ramon at this time, board members? Member Aguilar-Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ramon, is the current color of the windows and the accents red? Or is it like a light blue that's shown in the Google image that says December 2023?
Heather, if you wouldn't mind going back to some of those photographs, I can't recall exactly.
In the photos you have here, it's shown as red.
Yeah, there's a variety of windows, and we on the primary facades we excluded the non-historic windows, and I believe that pretty much all of those buildings or all of the windows have been replaced in relatively recent history. But I'll let the applicant expand on that a little bit more.
Sorry, Ramon, just to clarify, is this photo recent? Like this is the current state?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And do you see red in any other houses in the streetscape?
Madam Chair and Member Aguilar-Medrano, I can't answer that without doing another visual survey of that block.
Okay, thank you, Ramon.
Thank you. Will the applicant or applicants please come forward and get sworn in?
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. When you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Taylor Pardue, 905 Nicole Place. I'm Bradford Nichols, the owner. I guess, are there any questions for us off the bat? We're happy with staff recommendations and here to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members? No questions? Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this project? This is another wonderful project, another wonderful house in Santa Fe. And also very well kept. We've seen it more than once. Anyone on Zoom? Motion, please, board members. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-007829 HDRB at 407 West Buena Vista Street, I move to approve the application as submitted and recommended by staff. It's a very sensible and sensitive addition.
Guida agrees and will second.
Roll call vote.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Baldo.
Yes.
Member Aguilar-Medrano.
Yes.
Member Beashide.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Boy, that was easy.
Thank you.
Next case is located at 219 Washington Avenue, and I see the applicant coming forward, and this is Ramon's case. Ramon, may we hear from you?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, Heather's going to run this presentation as this computer seemed to have fallen asleep and we don't have a password for it. Thank you, Heather. This is 219 Washington Avenue. I believe the packets have your case number included on the memo page on the first page. This is a contributing structure in the downtown east side. It's formerly, it was stables at one point and then was turned into a garage. And the status is contributing with the west elevation as primary. May I have the next slide, please? This shows the stable slash garage outlined in red, and the original residence is immediately adjacent to it to the south. Photographs of the west elevation facing Washington. This would be your primary facade. And you can see where the old garage door or stable entrances have been enclosed in. The north elevation. I'll have John address this. I believe it's that north elevation is right on the sight line, it's right up against the site parameters. This is around the east side. The applicant plans to do some renovations to adapt this to very small apartments. Very small. I think I'll let John talk more about the design and the sizes and so forth. I have the next slide. This shows the existing floor plan and the proposed floor plan. So I'll let, again, John expand on the proposed floor plan, but it's my understanding that the kind of shed element to the east would be rebuilt more substantially. And you can see how the interior has been divided into small, I believe there's 3 units in there. The existing west elevation, this is the contributing facade or the primary facade on this contributing building, and the proposed below. The existing south elevation and the proposed below. This is the existing north elevation and the proposed north elevation below. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards, and the exception criteria has been met. With that, I can take any questions from the board.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so I'm clear what we're deciding on the exception criteria, the applicant, I think maybe over enthusiastically took on exceptions for all of the facades, but don't we really only need to address an exception request for the west facade because the window and door alterations elsewhere don't require an exception, right?
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenu, that's correct. I might have overcompensated on my description of the exception.
No, I think actually you may have been along the right lines, but there were references, I think, in the applicant's submission about all of the facades. So, I mean, which is great. It's over inclusive, but I don't think you'd actually need to approve all of those exceptions, which might be more difficult actually. And if I understand correctly, the exception, and maybe the applicant can clarify this, but the exception request for the west facade is it really an ADA issue? Is that the reason that you need the wider door?
I'll let the applicant answer that question when he steps forward.
All right, thanks.
And on the west elevation, that's the only change that is proposed, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, we'll ask Mr. Padilla. Any other questions? No, Mr. Padilla, please.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is John Padilla, P.O. Box 22986, Santa Fe, New Mexico. So how would you like for me to start, Ed?
Good evening. Just tell us about the project. You can start with that west elevation.
The primary facade is indeed the west elevation. The intent is to take an existing business office, his former chiropractic office, in converting it back to a hotel type stay to mirror the use that is in 215 right now, Washington Avenue. So these are not extended stays or rental. In essence, you would rent those for extended stays. They're hotel rooms is what they are, in keeping with the 215 address. The front facade or the west facade, the primary facade, does have existing currently a 2'8" door. That is the width of the door. So what we were wanting to do is to make sure to ensure that accessibility is actually there for individuals to be able to be accommodated, especially with that unit, since it's right off the street, have direct access into the unit. The property at 215 currently has an ADA compliant unit that is part of the overall development that has direct access also off the ground floor. So if the board feels that that change, and obviously it's only a 4-inch change, but requires that the opening be changed to the north to allow to accommodate a 3-foot door. That is the reason why. So Member Benvenu, that is correct. It's an accessibility issue, wanting to make sure that we ensure accessibility for this group of 3 units that we are developing now. That is the primary facade. So we knew it was going to be a challenge that, to change that opening, but, wanting to be compliant with accessibility, that was the exception that we brought forward this evening. The other units, so it was all professional offices. The other units that one entrance is, the entrance is off the south, off the courtyard. The other one is on the east side or the back of the building. That's where that's the access points.
Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thanks for the presentation. Artful job of reconfiguring the inside of this building while kind of maintaining nearly all of the exterior elements. I appreciate your skill in doing that. Just a point of clarification on this primary facade, and that's the only one we should be looking at for materials tonight. I agree. Maybe the drawing's a little bit misleading. My understanding from this property is that those two openings were infilled. They were garage doors at one time, and they were infilled with brick and with the windows and door. So, what we're modifying here may be old, and it may be historic material on a primary facade, but it's not original to the design of the structure. That mitigates it somewhat for me. I'm also noting, you say that that's the existing window next to it and you'll keep it, but, we're also getting rid of the no parking sign that covers one of the window, that's infilling one of the window panes, and the through wall air conditioning unit, and you're cleaning all that up as part of this project too. To me, those are the bigger improvements, and more substantive than just kind of widening the door in a way that's consistent with the structure. Small detail. But your drawing suggests that the head of the door and the window next to it don't line up. And the photographs show vegetation over that. They will line up, or at least the trim will line up, right? So that we have a rectangular opening. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Member Guida, I don't recall that line is continuous. I believe the way it is drawn or illustrated in our plans, it is a different height.
Okay.
It is not the window trim, the head of the window adjacent to it is not at the same level as the existing.
Correct. And it probably, but the stucco line is probably consistent from the old garage door opening. It's a tiny detail, John, but just something to look at when when
I don't, again, I
As you
don't
move
believe,
forward.
I believe that the header of the window comes across, the stucco does drop down to
Okay.
the head of the door and then wraps the door there.
Okay.
But we will confirm that. I wish I could, we don't have a photo.
Yeah, I can't see
The
it.
great vine work that has grown there for years. And that.
But however
that
it
is-
turns
that is
out,
staying.
it'll be out of public sight.
I'm sorry you don't appreciate the window unit and the multitude of signs that were on this door, on the door and the windows before it is now vacant. So you see what you saw today on your field trip is now all been removed, much cleaner looking, except for that big yellow sign that's on the door.
Thank you, John.
John, are all windows going to be true divided light?
We are, Madam Chair, we had not proposed true divided lights. We were going to do simulated, but the fact that, that the building is contributing, if that is the wishes of the board, I believe we can accommodate that. I don't recall what was done in 215.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, we're talking about windows other than on the primary facade,
Yeah.
right? The existing primary facade garage door infill is true divided light.
That is a true divided light.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that one is. And that one remains intact.
Ramon?
I'd like to point out just a couple things on the west elevation. Where that vine is covering a considerable amount of the facade. John, I believe there's like an eave. It's not indicated on these drawings? Yeah. A shelf of construction above the windows. And that's facilitates holding up the.
That may be true, and there is no intent to change anything else on that primary facade. That facade will remain intact, except for what we're proposing on the door.
And then one more point I'd like to make, Heather, if we can see the photo of the west elevation. Right there, if you look closely on the left image, you can actually see John using a tape measure.
And that will remain.
I'm sorry, I was looking up simulated divided light as opposed to divided light. And I think simulated in this case is fine. Yes, Member Benvenue.
Why do you think it's fine in this case?
Because when you look at it, it really looks like true divided light. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. I thought that we had had a discussion about this with a window expert that was a very strong proponent of requiring true divided lights as opposed to.
You're the
simulated.
bosses, so.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
trying
no,
to go
I'm just saying.
backwards because I very much care about your opinion. I would have thought that actual true divided lights would be important in this building, given its location, but I'm open to discussion on that. But what about the door itself? Are those, it looks like you have panes of glass in that. I assume they're separated by some kind of,
The existing doors?
no, the door that you're going to, the new door for the front.
Madam Chair, Member Benvenue, our intent is to go with solid doors, no longer with glazing in them. They will be 3-panel doors that will mirror what is used in 215, so that we have a consistency of exterior finishes.
That makes sense.
And security wise also glass doors versus
Mhm.
solid doors.
Okay, thanks.
Member Aguilar, Ms. Rana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question about the windows. The ones you're proposing that aren't true divided, are the muntins on the exterior and interior? So they would have the appearance of true divided light, whether you're standing outside or inside?
Correct. Madam Chair, Member Aguilar Medrano, the windows would be simulated divided light so that they appear as true on both sides, correct?
Okay, thank you.
They're thick buttons, right? But it's just one pane of glass with the buttons as opposed to separate panes of glass with true divided. Is that correct?
A true divided light would be individual panes.
Right.
We would be doing is simulating a
Right.
true divided light.
I don't know if anybody else on the board has strong feelings about true divided light as opposed to simulated in this case.
Well, I guess,
Yes, Member
thank you,
Benjamin.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm probably okay with that. Maybe it's a matter of terminology. We're not talking about snap-in
No
on the
snappings,
interior.
no.
And so, which is also
That looks easy.
simulated divided lights.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we would need to be clear about
Right.
distinguishing between those two.
Yeah, because he's going to have buttons that are
Madam Chair,
bold.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue, no, they will not be snap in to where you can disengage them from the inside or vice versa. So,
Okay.
So the idea is to do simulated,
Anything else? Board
call it
members?
true simulated.
A true simulator. That's what I'm saying. We need some terminology because the snap-ins, I mean, they're all over our historic district. So it's not as if that's an unusual thing. It used to be very commonly the way people met this requirement.
Anyone in this audience wishing to comment? Oh, and there comes Mr. Eddie. I don't know, he's smiling, I don't know.
My cousin told me I don't smile enough when I do this. I'm glad that you're talking about divided lights on the north facade, I think it is. And the reason for that is that if you look at the parking structure that was built over by the Catron School, am I placing that right? The new parking structure and the city, it's a city and county permitting.
It's the county.
County, thank you.
Mhm.
They did simulated divided lights, which are really atrocious on that building. And it's very obvious when you drive by. And I remember when the board considered that they take more care, and they did not take care on that. So it's very obvious that those are simulated and they don't have the look of the integrity of true divided light. So anyway, I'm glad you're talking about it, and I'd like to see you continue to talk about that. He mentioned this door as being a solid door, and could you ask the applicant if that is a style and rail door or a continuous solid core door?
John?
Would you clarify your question? So the image that's before you, Madam Chair, in response to the question, that is a stile and rail door. It is not panels that are just applied to it. It is solid, and those are, it will have stiles and rails. So.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anybody else in this audience wanting to talk about this particular project? So just, John, not to belabor the point, but on the simulated divided lights, they are going to have some kind of thickness to them, not little skinny little things.
Madam Chair, there's only so much thickness that you get in the actual window itself. It will be visible if you'd like to make a condition of the approval that we present that to staff for their final review. We're more than happy to provide that for you.
Thank you, John.
But it'll be simulated divided light.
Okay, board members, are you ready to make a motion?
Chair Rios? Do you have
Yes,
somebody
Heather.
on Zoom that would
Pardon?
like to speak?
Yes. Heather.
Stephanie Benenato.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, yeah, okay.
And Stephanie, you may unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Get
Yes.
closer to the microphone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have always liked this building and I appreciate that the windows on the west side are staying as is. And I can understand the need for a solid door. I also appreciate that more light will come into the building with these windows and I don't know, 3 units in there seems like really being very like tiny homes almost. And I'm wondering, is this going to be like vacation rentals, not really designed for long term? Just curious about that. But I appreciate that you'll do true simulated divided lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Okay. Now I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case number 2024-007814 HDRB 219 Washington Avenue. I would move that based on the record as presented and staff's report, that findings be entered that all exception criteria have been met, with particularly noting the necessity for accessibility, requiring a slight modification to the door on opening on the primary facade, and that the application be approved on the condition that, as represented by the applicant, that the replacement windows will be what we're calling true simulated divided lights or actual divided lights.
Guido will second with one friendly amendment that we clarify that the exceptions are required only for the primary facade and not the others.
Accepted.
Anything further to add? Nothing further? Roll call vote, please.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, John.
You.
Our next case is located at 650 Canyon Road. It appears that the applicant is coming forward. 650 Canyon Road, applicant here.
It's Chair Rios.
Yeah.
It's, I believe, 646 Old Santa Fe Trail.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason, why do I have this phone? 646 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Start the presentation, just one moment.
And this is Heather's.
Would be my case. So the subject property is located off of Old Santa Fe Trail roughly across from Arroyo Tenorio Road. To the north of the subject property, there is a ditch that is probably related to the Arroyo Tenorio. And access is immediately adjacent to the building. There you can see it sort of on the right-hand side by a small access drive. This used to be, and I'm going to not steal the applicant's thunder. The applicant provided a wonderful overview of the history of the structure, and it was built in 3 different phases. But the most recent iteration and use of this structure was for a shoe repair shop. So the applicant is proposing to replace the fiberglass doors on the east and west elevations, which are non-historic. I misrepresented something this afternoon in the field at our site visit. The applicant is actually choosing to repair all the historic windows. On the window report, I thought there was replacement because they're going to the 6/1 configuration and windows that are single lights right now. And they were actually, there's evidence in the window sash that they were originally 6/1 windows. I'll defer to the applicant to maybe provide additional detail. There's a portion of the parapet that needs to be cut, and the window needs to be raised. You can see the interior of the window here in the kitchen area. It's pretty low. And so what the applicant wants to do is to raise the height of that particular window, which there's a red arrow pointing down to where the notch in the parapet would be, to prevent additional water damage, and then raising that, retaining the window itself, but just raising it up. And then the applicant also is proposing to strip the portal and restain it. And just general overall repair, and including the addition of an ADA ramp on the north side. Actually, it would be immediately adjacent to that south wall leading up to the portal. And then on this elevation, doing a portal addition and replacing those non-historic door and window. And these are the drawings illustrating the different changes. And you can see the window that I was referring to, raising that window height, and then the notch of the parapet. The ADA ramp on the lower right-hand side, which is gracefully done on the side of the building, not at the front. And then the addition of the portal on the rear elevation. Lower left is the western view, and then the upper right illustrates it from the north. So staff's recommendation is that staff recommends approval of the proposed project, especially since all the windows are going to be retained. The applicant is not asking for a change in historic status. And so this would be along the lines of maintenance and maybe some minor changes, but not enough to threaten the status of contributing as it is currently designated. And so the applicant has met those general design standards as well as the design standards for the downtown Eastside Historic District.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions for Heather? Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, on the west facade, there's a new picture window that's being installed. Is it required to meet the 30-inch rule for divided windows?
So the picture window you're talking about is the one that's right here. That's
Yes.
technically
Yes.
under a portal. It will be,
Oh,
you
okay.
see the upper right, there's a portal.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Heather? Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So bring me up to date, Heather, on our discussion on our field trip today about whether or not primary facades need to be designated before a decision can be made on this application.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenue. I had the opportunity to talk with the applicant this afternoon after our meeting on site. And it was determined, since the applicant explained to me that no historic material was going to be removed, it was just going to be restored, that, does not affect the facade as such, that all of the historic material would be changed with the exception of remain the same with the exception of moving that one historic window a little higher. So it's the opinion of staff that primary facades don't figure into this application.
Okay.
Any other questions for Heather? Applicant, please get sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Daniel Strongwater. I live at 806 Dungus Bar. I'm plugged in. I don't know if
IT, can you please share the podium computer?
I have the HDMI on the podium. All right. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Jacob Shoe repair on Old Santa Fe Trail. It's a really lovely building. We're excited to bring it into a modern state that it might last another 100 years or longer. The The vicinity map here shows the location of the building. Arroyo Tenorio dead ends right into facing the facade of the building. It is a remarkable site condition. It has been cleaved from the property behind it at some point in the 70s, we believe. The property line cuts directly through the building, which shares a wall with a casita that was recently renovated and now has a full-time tenant in it. Access to the site is interesting. What appear to be the parking spaces for the site are actually on the property of our neighbors to the rear. This is a slightly larger view of the property and some facade photos. I think many of you were there today on the field trip, so you have some familiarity. We did a pretty far deep dive into some of the historical artifacts that can be found in Santa Fe's history and received some historical aerials from the UNM archives. This is one from 1951 showing the original building. With the help of a little upscaling, you can kind of make out the two middle rooms of the building. In 1958, you can see they had added 2 rooms to the east, which brought the building much closer to the street, and they also had added a front portal. You can see that there was no building to the south, which is interesting. You'll see a little bit later, interestingly advertised as ample parking. Here's a photo in 87 where you can see that a utility shed was added to the rear of the building. Some point between then and now, it was turned into interior conditioned space. Here's a satellite image of the building now with the new neighboring building to the south. We believe, based on all the research that we completed, that the separate buildings were constructed sometime prior to the 1920s, around or before the 1920s. The rooms to the east in the 1950s, and the utility shed in the late 80s. With the help of the Santa Fe directories that are such a remarkable and lovely resource at the State Archives, we were able to put together a list of all the different people that lived in the building. At some point, it was a mechanics shop, and then later became a restaurant. That the longest lived stint as a restaurant was a place called Nanax, and these are really just more for fun than anything else, but the UNM archive had historic building plans that were proposed in the 70s for a really lovely addition, and unfortunately was never completed, but would have enclosed this is the east facade on the street. They had looked at enclosing the front portal and adding a really generous, lovely side yard on the north side with a portal and lots of outdoor seating, as well as a kitchen addition in the back, which is what is now a less nicely constructed interior space. We also found lots of mentions of the building in the newspaper. I won't go through all of them, but just interesting fodder. In the late 60s, it became a restaurant, the Blue Corn Restaurant, and then renamed to the Blue Lady Restaurant, or yes, that's right. And then to Nanax Conscious Cookery, which was a really interesting project of the Sikh community in town. It was run entirely by volunteers, and they served a lot of free meals. It was far ahead of its time in vegan cuisine and many other health foods. And then in the early 70s, it was sold to the Jacobses, who had their shoe repair store there, a multi-generational shoe repair that began in the early 70s and ran continuously until the building, until they closed in, I believe, 2021, the building on the market. So now moving into some of the things that we requested to do to the building. The east-facing doors was unfortunately replaced at some point with a fiberglass infill door that is smaller than the actual opening. We proposed replacing it with a solid wood door in the style of doors you see all over town. One of my favorites is the doors on the Cristo Rey Church, the style that we're proposing. That proposal also includes widening the door a little bit to get it to an ADA accessible width, which the original door actually was. Here's a photo, a drawing of the existing facade on the left and the proposed facade on the right. And a close-up of the door. Another change that we hope to make that is purely from a maintenance perspective, one of the entire roof of the main portion of the building drains to a single cut in the parapet, which you can see here. And there's not very much room for leaves and sticks to make its way through in the period that we've been monitoring the building. This has been clogged 3 separate times through the winter. So we're proposing notching out the adobe above this opening to allow water and leaves and sticks to drain adequately from the roof. It's not very visible from the street. This is a view from a private property or the neighbor's property. And you can kind of see it poking through between the trees there, but it is not a very visible facade. And then I just have drawings of the existing and proposed facades. I'm happy to answer questions or clarify anything else. We also had a window report done that had some helpful information and gave us a sense of what was original on the windows.
Thank you for your report, and also thank you for the history. Very interesting. And I have to commend you for wanting to repair the windows rather than replace. So thank you for
Very
that.
noble
And let's see what questions this board members have. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, I don't think I'd ever heard a case from you, but it was a really nice packet and drawings were super clear. And I liked the comparison of the doors and windows and the schedule that talked about material. So, and the presentation was also really easy to walk through. So thank you for that. And I was just thinking how at the last hearing, we also heard another building on Old Sand Bay Trail that I think was commercial that is getting renovated to a residential use. That will now be 2, which will be really nice and interesting for that streetscape for it to turn more towards residential. Thank you.
Just to clarify, this will be used as a commercial space, just to clarify, but.
Okay,
That,
fair enough. All the comments still stand. It will be a nice renovation.
Questions, further questions? Member Guida.
Hi, Daniel. Thank you for the presentation. Really great to hear the history on this. Can you, just for for our understanding, maybe go to a plan and show us which are the windows that are going to be repaired, just so that we have a good understanding of that.
I'm just gonna disconnect so I can open an appropriate document.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay. All right, so A, B, C, E are the windows that we are proposing to repair. D is a vinyl window that is smaller than the opening in the building, so we're proposing replacing that with a new window. B and C have their glass replaced with plexiglass, and the muntins have been ripped out. So we propose taking the sashes out and rebuilding those. G and that is mislabeled. That should be H there. Those windows are non-historic, all aluminum mill finish. They really stand out like a sore thumb. We're proposing matching the proportions of the original historic windows and growing them to the same 6/1 light divisions. And then this back window here, F, is a non-historic window that was borrowed from some other house or construction around town and slapped into a interestingly built structure in the back. We're proposing replacing it with a single picture window due to the roof of the portal we're proposing. We'll also match the height of the door on the back facade.
Cool. Thanks for clarifying.
Anything further, board members? No, anyone in this audience wanting to speak? And here comes Mr. Eddie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I do question a picture window on that street, and I'll let you delve into that a little bit. I'm glad that the applicant brought in so much history. And I'm sure I'm the only person in this room that ever ate in Danix Creative Cookery. All right. Thank you for that. It was an adventure back then to eat in a place like that, and it really was truly ahead of its time. So again, I think the window is something to look at. I think it's the Acequia Madre that is on the adjacent property line to the north. Is that correct?
Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Eddie, it splits out. So there's the Tenorio, and then the Acequia Madre becomes the Los Pinos, the Acequia de Los Pinos that goes through Don Gaspar.
Right.
And so it's a lateral to the Acequia.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure for the record that what we're talking about is part of the Acequia Madre as it splits or right in there, because it'd be nice to see it on drawings, but I know it's not applicable to this particular property, correct?
It is on the property, but there's nothing that's going to be done. The Acequia.
Okay. I would suggest going forward that whenever an Acequia is part of a property submission, that it be drawn on the property plat. We've had instances where this has not happened and it's created a big problem for people. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, John. Anything else, board members? Oh, excuse me. Anyone else here wanting to speak? It appears not. Anyone on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Okay, I will entertain a motion, please. Yes. Member Aguilar Madrano.
Madam Chair, in case number 2024-007-885 HDRB at 646 Old Santa Fe Trail, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Lita will second.
Anything further to add? No? Roll call vote, please.
Member Baldo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Next case is located at 650 Canyon Road. Is that applicant here? The applicant is here. And that is Ramon's case.
Members of the board, Madam Chair, I know you're seeing a lot of me tonight, so bear with me. This is case 2024-007830-HDRB 650 Canyon Road. Contributing to the structure in front is contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, and this is a image of the original house. It's since been converted into a gallery. Very sensitive conversion. The property is located pretty far up on Canyon Road, just before Madam Chair's Street, Camino del Monte Sol. The site for the workshop is in the vacant area to the south of the gallery. The property was once a humble farm and a small orchard. The existing site plan on the left and the proposed on the right. The applicant proposes to construct a 1,178 square foot detached workshop to a height of 18.6 where the maximum allowable is 19.6. An exception is requested to section 14-5.2D, 9D for a pitched roof. I'd like to point out in the site plan that the current owners are restoring a portion of the orchard, if you can see to the south of the site plan, and relocating some apricot trees in order to accommodate the design. This is not the most recent photograph. Since this photograph was taken, there's a gate to a height of about 7 feet that kind of obscures the view lines into that back part of the lot. This is the lot looking north from the orchard area. And from the other end of the lot looking south. Beyond the low wall is the area that I mentioned the new orchard is. Well, it's not the purview of the staff and board. It's appreciated that this orchard is making its comeback, and there, as mentioned, the relocation of the existing apricot trees to enhance the site design. The site plans on the left once again, and the new construction will have limited public visibility. The proposed floor plan. Very humble structure, adobe. The proposed elevations, staff finds the use of adobe and the moss rock stone plinth and the humble architectural expression as particularly fitting in this location. Lanny, my computer just froze again. Okay, I think we got it. There we go. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. And the staff feels the exception criteria has been met. With that, I will take any questions.
Ramon, how does the pitch of this roof compare to the pitch of the existing house?
It appears considerably steeper to me, but I'll let the applicant respond to that question, Madam Chair.
Okay, and do you know the height of the existing house? I can ask the applicant to.
Yeah, I think we should ask the applicant on that one too. We did a height calculation for this, and that was included on the street frontage up and down Canyon Road. That's where the 19.6 number came from.
What do you think the public visibility of this proposed project or proposed home is building?
I believe it'll have limited public visibility because of the site wall and the gate that we walked through on our site visit today.
So it will not be seen from Canyon Road, and it will not be seen or very much from Second Mother as well? Isn't there a wall?
There?
That's the orchard area,
Yes.
a high wall?
Let's go back. It's just visible beyond the low wall. There is a higher wall. It's probably in the range of 6 feet tall. And as for the public visibility along Canyon and the Sequia Madre, I'll let the applicant respond to those questions.
Any other questions or comments at this time, board members? No, applicant, will you please come forward and get sworn in?
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Dick, 112 Camino Escondido, number 2.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello. I would just say in general, the owner, Mr. Pat Reyes, his intent was to be able to add a shop in the back of the property and to be harmoniously in context with the existing structure at the front, which was originally a residence and then converted by him into a gallery. And so his directive was to generally adhere to the character of that front building. So the height of the building is the same as the front building. The slope of the roof is the same. We're proposing to do it out of adobe, which is what the original house is. Matching the stucco color, matching the same roof, but done in a way that has a certain leanness and simplicity that you might not necessarily see hundreds of years ago. The intent was to layer a kind of quiet, more contemporary feel to the building without being out of step with the neighborhood. And so sort of the clean rectangular character and proportions and scale of the windows and doors was something that we wanted to layer in there kind of quietly, but overall to be in context with the existing house and with the neighborhood in general.
Is the roof going to match the roof on the house?
Yes, it will, exactly. Yes, it's a standing seam charcoal gray roof manufactured by Fabral.
Other questions, board members? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, it's an interesting project. It's a beautiful project, first of all. It's a very, very nice design. I had concerns on site today because it's interesting that you have a streetscape on Canyon Road. That's one thing, mainly very eclectic. And then you've got where this building is actually sited, which is surrounded by properties that you can see. And they're really quite different because the Canyon Road streetscape, which you don't even see this building from, is all over the place. And there's quite a few pitched roof houses that were grandfathered in by under our ordinance. But where this is located, you're actually surrounded by more traditional flat roof Spanish Pueblo style buildings that you see. So it certainly gave me pause. And also, you know, we have this ordinance that specifically says we don't do northern New Mexico style pitched roofed houses, no matter how traditional they are in northern New Mexico. They're not permitted in our district, this district. And I had some problem how we would approve it here if we didn't start approving it all the time when people wanted very lovely pitched roof houses. But I guess just to get to the punchline here and really looking at this, I do think that this is a unique circumstance. I think that there's an unusual concentration of pitched roof buildings surrounding that particular location on Canyon Road. And then, of course, the building that it's on the property of is a pitched roof house. So I think those considerations they're somewhat unique to this property. And the other issue that I think is important in my mind is that if we didn't allow a pitched roof house here and required it to be flat, as our ordinance says, you could still go just as high, but I think it would be an even more obtrusive building if it was flat roofed, if you actually went to the maximum height that's permitted. This fits in more subtly into the land there. So I'm just really trying to articulate why I think that in this particular circumstance, this is not only an acceptable, but probably the best design solution to accomplish your goals.
And we did consider all of those issues that you brought up. And we were aware of the context in the back on the east, south, and west sides that are primarily flat.
the owner was really applying a fair amount of weight to the existing building on the property and his desire to be able to have some vertical clearance within the shop due to the activities that he sees going on in there. And were we indeed to gain the height that he needed and do a flat roof, we did think that it would be unnecessarily obtrusive and in quite contrast to the existing structure there in the front. I think that's right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Other questions or comments, board members? Yes, Member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if you could tell us approximately what the square footage of the existing gallery is? Is it roughly the same size as this building or is larger?
It is larger, but not by a great deal. I don't recall off the top of my head, even though I was on the architect on that project.
Very nice. Yeah, I just wondered.
It's somewhat larger, but not significantly larger.
And the height of that existing gallery is?
They are the same. One qualification to that is on the east elevation, where that alleyway is. That's quite a sloped surface. And so I took the dimension from the center of the ridge and came down to the ground to match this existing one. But suffice it to say, toward the back, it's lower, and toward the front, it's higher.
I guess it kind of looks shorter from Canyon because of the raised.
Yes, it is. It's kind of, it's a little deceiving.
Okay, thank you.
And I should point out, I noted in my cover letter that the building is virtually impossible to see from Canyon, but when I was there this morning putting up the story poles, I realized that in that 8 or 9 foot alleyway, you will be able to see the upper portion of that building as you walk by, but it's very limited, but it is visible. But the gates obscure virtually the bottom 2/3 of the building.
Thank you, ma'am. Tell us again about the type of rock that you are using.
We were looking to use moss rock, traditional moss rock as a plinth.
Anybody else? No? Anyone in this audience? John, you might as well sit on the first row.
Looking up the dais. Madam Chair, board members, I just wanted to give some anecdotal background on this property, the Moya property. You would remember Roberto Moya, who was quite a character in our town. And the owners, I believe, I have this all correct. I watched the Moya property basically fall into oblivion, as happens with so many local families in Santa Fe, where the parents age out. They can't afford to maintain the property. And in fact, the roof caved in on this property, I believe. I don't see you nodding your head. A portion of the roof even caved in. It was really hard to watch, because I knew Roberto and I really appreciated him, what he brought to our city. Okay. So I do think that this house is appropriate on this particular property. I commend the architect and the owner for having, again, saved the original Moya house, and they did a beautiful job of restoring that house. If you walk through it, I encourage you to go to the gallery and walk down into the back of the property as well and look back at the house towards the north. So I think this will be a nice addition. I hate to see these lots go because they all used to be agricultural, but that's where we are. So I do appreciate the project, and I hope you folks appreciate it and approve of it. Thank you.
Anyone else in this audience wanting to speak on this project? Nope. Anyone on Zoom? Thank you. Motion, please. Member Guido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2024-007830, HDRB 650 Canyon Road. Move that the board approve the project as submitted, noting that the exception criteria have been met.
I
Beachside
hear a
seconds.
Member Beachside seconded, and roll call vote, please. Oh, wait, Member Aguilar Madrano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I propose a friendly amendment that the slope of the pitched roof will match the existing structure as stated by the applicant?
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much and good luck on the project. Last case that we hear this evening is located at 365 Garcia Street. That is Ramon's case.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is case number 2024-00-7831-HDRB 365 Garcia Street. It's contributing to the downtown and east side properties. And this case was also brought before the board for primary facades. You may remember that. 365 is located on the east side of Garcia Street, it's shown here outlined in red. The site plan from the Hickpie, the house at 365 Garcia Street, 5-bedroom apartment-like dwelling, which I might add, Heather actually lived in at one point, is intimately connected to the older home on the adjoining property to the north. It began as an extension to this older house and probably made in the 30s and then came into its own in the 1950s, taking on its current footprint after 1978. While now it's its own house with a separate address, they still share an interior wall. Oh, the property came before the board in January of 2024 for status review and primary facades. The board designated the west facade as the primary facade, noting the entrance door on this facade and the tile canopy above are excluded. And the windows on this facade, while historic, have been altered from the original configuration. There's also a contributing site wall to the south of the property. This is the west elevation showing the relationship of 363 and to 365 on the right. This is the west elevation, the primary facade, excluding the windows and the canopy above the door. Partial south elevation. It's kind of hard to photograph because it has kind of a unique bump out. There it is right there. That's the south elevation. The east elevation is essentially obscured. It's has very limited public visibility. If you peek over the wall, you can see a portion of the east elevation, but not this portion, which is farther to the north. The existing and proposed site plans, the existing floor plan is above and the proposed is below. The existing and proposed elevations. Top to bottom, the existing west elevation and the proposed and the south and proposed elevation. I think that's actually the wrong slide. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. And I'd like to point out that when the caption was written, I wasn't aware that the doors and windows were excluded on the primary facade. So that exception or criteria that's cited on the agenda is no longer applies to this application. And with that, I can take any questions.
Ramon, is the applicant proposing to keep the openings?
I'll let the applicant answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Any
Madam
other
Chair.
questions, board members? No other questions? Richard, you want to come forward? And tell us what you have to add, if anything.
Yes. We are proposing to keep the openings. We only propose to replace the windows and the doors, and not any additions or anything. And those windows and doors were specifically excluded from our primary designation, so no exceptions were needed. The doors that are in your packet are the ones that we're going to replace the doors with. They are actually, I think, more historic looking than the doors, the replacement doors that are there now. We were very careful to choose windows that would match the historic windows, historic look of the windows in both the color and the division of the panes. And of course, we're using the original openings. We are moving one window. The kitchen window is being moved so that it's over the sink. Right now, it's very close to the door. As you may recall, we had a discussion about whether that window represented some enclosure of something in the original, because it's so close to the door and there only seems to be a post between it and the door. And then also, one of the windows needs to be egress in the back. And so we're making that window wider and than it is right now. The door out of the kitchen that's right next to the window that I was just speaking of, that we're going to move slightly, and that shows in the elevations. The door is actually shorter than it needs to be, so we're making that door regulation height. And again, it's on the side of the house and not in the primary facade. We also propose to move a section of the county fence that is on the side of the parking area. We're only able to move that fence over a couple of feet, but we're going to move it as much as we can to try to make sure that 2 cars can get off of the street and into that parking area. And right now, it's like almost 2 cars, but not quite. And then we're proposing to put a new skylight in the kitchen area. But that skylight will be also will be glass rather than plastic, so that we can keep the elevation as low as possible and none of it will be above the existing parapet.
You said fence, that you are going to remove that fence and move it back so you can park at least 2 cars. Do you mean a wall? Isn't
No.
it a wall?
No, the coyote fence,
There is a coyote fence and then the wall,
the wall is on the property line.
right?
But I'm talking about inside the other side of the driveway, the other side of the parking area, which is within the property. There's a fence there, right, that goes right up against the house. There's a photograph of it in your packet.
Okay.
So we're moving that one. There's trees and windows in the way, so we can only move it a couple of feet over.
Any other questions? Anyone yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Richard. This is a small detail, but I was just curious, did you consider at all removing or replacing the tiled roof above one of the doors that you're replacing? I remember when we excluded it from the facade, but I see it's still here.
It is still there. Yeah, we considered it, but it provides the only sort of roofing over the front door, and so we left it there. Yes.
If you were starting from scratch, like, what do you think the more appropriate material choice would be? Because I do agree that some covering over the door is needed.
Yeah, yes. I don't know what that would be. I would maybe, so there's little sort of stepped walls on either side of the door. Maybe those would be moved out and they would hold up the roof up above. I don't know, but we weren't changing any of the architecture, just the doors and windows.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I was looking through the code and it's interesting. Our transition district specifies that red clay tiles aren't allowed, but our other districts don't. So I think it's funny that it's more restrictive in the transition district, not that these are the red clay tiles, but similar.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, Ramon.
Madam Chair and members of the board, in your packets in the staff memo, for some reason, the proposed exterior alterations just have a number 8. Didn't print. If you would like, I can go through those numerically for the education of the public and the board.
And I'm sorry, and you're wanting to go through what?
The proposed changes. I think Richard did a good job of describing them, but in the packet, they did not print.
Okay.
Or would you like me to read those, Madam Chair? Number 1, the south elevation non-historic kitchen Dutch door will be replaced and made regular height, and the West Garcia non-historic front door will be replaced. Photos of the new doors are in the exterior finishes. The side yard gate door will be restored. See drawing 5A 3.0. All the windows will be replaced with Pella Reserve clad in the color Stormy Blue. Specifications for the windows and window report are attached. The kitchen window will, as Richard mentioned, will be slightly repositioned. The exterior light next to the kitchen door will be replaced. A photo is in the exterior finishes. Bedroom door will be repositioned to allow egress. 2 skylights will be installed, one in the kitchen and one in the bathroom. The skylights will be Velux. The specifications are attached in the package. As Richard mentioned, number 7 is the existing Coyote fence will be moved north 2 feet to allow space for another vehicle to be parked. And the house stucco will be repaired to match the existing. And that's the scope of the work as supplied by the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Ramon. Anyone in this audience wishing to speak on this project? And anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom. Motion, please. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case 2024-007831 HDRB 365 Garcia Street, I move that the application be approved as submitted.
Richard second.
Go ahead.
Richard second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Anything under discussion items?
Madam Chair, if I could clarify, with respect to the project at 803 Agua Fria Street, I didn't hear, and maybe I missed it, or it wasn't clear whether the applicants agreed with the board's position that they could redesign their project and come back for reconsideration. And I would ask that the board, I think that's a perfectly considerate thing to do if there are some things you don't like about a project, rather than just voting to deny their project. But because applicants before land use boards, they're entitled to a decision, yes or no, on their project. So if the board wants to give them the opportunity to redesign and come back for reconsideration, ask for them to state plainly on the record that they do agree with that. Because unfortunately, there's a history of land use boards, not this one, I don't think this board would ever do that, but of land use boards postponing projects and telling people to redesign and come back, and it's does a disservice to them. They're entitled to a yes or no decision. So I wanted to make sure on the record they agreed that they wanted to redesign and come back. Otherwise,
Okay,
the board would have to vote yes or no. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. Anything else? Yes, Heather.
Rios, so today we were talking about the zoning code update. We have the first draft. We've pulled out and pulled apart historic preservation because we feel like, especially in terms of the comments we got originally at the initiation of this project, that it should have a special committee. So members Beachside and Guida, maybe Friends of Architecture type of position, have been involved in the zoning code update. Now, I don't know, Sherry, you and I spoke about it today just to share the wealth. If there's anybody else who's interested in being this policy committee, HDRB policy committee relative to the zoning code updates, so it's very project specific. We're also going to involve archaeology as well in this committee. So there's going to be a couple of members of the Archaeological Review Committee as well, since it's all part of the historic preservation component. So are there any volunteers to be part of this special committee of the board?
Thank you, Chair. Heather, what is the time commitment of the committee? How often do they meet outside of our board hearings?
So it'll be one meeting to go over the actual text proposed, and then another one to go over comments and discuss the comments. So I would imagine just worst case scenario 4 meetings, but probably can be accomplished in just a couple of meetings. There may be some back and forth with the consultant and looking at the recommendations. So there might be need for a couple extra meetings if there's any concerns.
Can you think about it and follow up with you? Okay.
And it was the suggestion of Director Klug that we also include folks. So Lisa Gavioli used to work in Gary Molkino's position as the manager, so she might be a good addition. David Rash is interested in participating, so and has volunteered. So we felt like he would be a good addition. I don't know if there's any other members. Oh, and I'm sorry, Adam Johnson with the Old Santa Fe Association. Are there any other members of the community that I should reach out to? Oh, the AIA, yes. That's right. So specific to historic preservation, yes, they have representation on the other committees, but that's a good point.
And do we have a date for the first meeting?
We do not as of yet, but we have the draft that staff's looking over, and our comments are due by the end of the week. And then it's going to go to the different committees for review. So I would imagine the next 3 weeks. 3 to 4.
You're going to keep us informed. Anything else?
No.
Any matters from the board? Member Benvenu.
Madam Chair, I hate to bring up matters at 9:30, but I have to. This is a discussion that we've been having about the state executive office building, and Jennifer and I need some guidance from staff in the city attorney's office on how to proceed. You know what we've already conveyed back and forth for the benefit of the board. The issue is we have a subcommittee, obviously, as everyone knows, it's been appointed to be the point people from the board on the initial design discussions. However, following the meeting where a presentation was made to community groups, I had an exchange with the city attorney and staff that, in my view, it didn't make sense to proceed to discuss design until a demolition determination had been made, and that we should proceed, that the applicant should be directed to proceed first with a request for demolition. After that has been ruled upon, then they could decide either to appeal an adverse decision or accept an adverse decision, or conversely, accept a favorable decision, and then we would proceed to the design phase. And the reason for not wanting to proceed with design prematurely is that and I believe Jennifer agrees, but she can weigh in. It's difficult for me to comprehend how we can have any kind of discussion about the design of a building until we know whether or not this board and the city is going to approve the demolition of the existing buildings, since the design that's been presented conceptually is contingent upon the demolition. And the only alternative I would see would be that they would present us, the subcommittee, with two alternative designs, one with demolition having been granted and one with it not having been granted, but that would be unlikely to be the path I would think they would want to go down at this point in time. So here we are. We've received a request today to have an initial meeting, and we need to respond to that. And so I'm hopeful that city attorney and staff agree that we should proceed with the demolition request first.
While he's looking something up, Chair Rios, member Benvenu, that was staff's sort of original position, and then there's been a lot of discussion about that subsection M as it relates to state capital outlay projects. The additional wrinkle is that there is a representative for the demolition, but a different team for the design. So staff would support doing the demolition first. It's the city attorney's office, I think, had some other.
Well, I think it's important that we make it clear to the applicants that the only reason they're submitting any kind of design, if it can be called a design, is to try to fulfill the standard under the demolition criteria that the board has to consider whether the structure for which demolition is requested is an essential part of a unique street section or block front, and whether this street section or block front will be reestablished by a proposed structure. So you kind of have to know what they're thinking of and see some kind of schematic in order to decide whether that block front will be reestablished by a proposed structure. But I think it needs to be clear to them that they are not at the design phase yet, because the locality has to be consulted with respect to the design. So it needs to be clear to them that they still need to go through that consultation process, regardless if they have presented something that shows how that block front will be reestablished. So
it makes no sense for us to have a design phase discussion.
Right. The request we received was to review design drawings, which came as a bit of a surprise to me because based on the last meeting that we had with them, the demolition was one of the key, if not the key concern of the stakeholders at that meeting. And so to proceed as representatives of this committee without resolving that issue seems a little disingenuous. I sort of expected the next step to be another public forum where we considered the demolition with the conceptual design drawings, which were presented at the earlier meeting. That was just a concept. They were very clear that that was not a finalized design. It was just a concept that utilized the available space, assuming the demolition would be approved.
was the request in writing?
Yes.
Did they, can we look at the request and see exactly how they case their request?
I think I forwarded it to, I think John forwarded it today, right?
And it went to Heather
And it
as
was-
well, so
Heather was
she could probably read it out.
I agree with the comments that the subcommittee members have made. And I actually brought this up to you, Heather. And I said, why are we going forward with the design when a decision on the demo has not been made? And I was told, if I recall correctly, you said, this is a capital outlay project and there are time constraints. So we have to go forward with with a conceptual project, what could possibly, if the demo goes forward. And that just doesn't sit right with me. If the demo, if it's voted to demo the project, then you go forward with a design. But if it's not, then you have to look at another design, perhaps with, let's say, the houses continue to exist.
Yes, Chair Rios, I mean, that is an important thing to consider. And with the demolition, the clock wouldn't start, but the problem is that chicken and egg type of thing. How do we know whether or not that block front or street, I mean, that's an approval criterion, or street, you know, streetscape is, how's that going to be reestablished? That's what we're struggling with on our side. So, and the request from Jennifer Jenkins was, I hope this message finds you well. Would you be available to meet and review the concept design Friday afternoon? And that's it. I mean, it's just about meeting, where to meet. That's the other thing.
Well, it's just so I can play this out. The reason I don't understand what we would be doing as two members of this board in a meeting would be, well, it's up to them to tell us what they believe would be the streetscape being reestablished. Not up to us to help them figure out a design for that. How, I mean, what would put us in an extremely awkward position to be helping them design something in order to get an exception, or in order to be allowed to demolish the buildings. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that process. That's not our job. We have a conceptual design, and if they're saying, well, we'll present something different than that, if you two board members say we should, that would put us in an extremely compromised position. I think it's completely up to them to tell us what they imagine would be how the streetscape would be redefined following demolition.
Right, so perhaps the appropriate thing to do is just tell them no, you know. On the other hand, you know, they have to just tell them, you've got to proceed with your demolition and see if that gets approved.
That's not up to us. That's up to the city to tell them how they should proceed.
Okay.
I don't see that
Well,
we two board members can tell them what to do.
well, in which case then we'll have to put our heads together and decide how to respond. So if you would let us respond to this request, leave that to us, and we'll discuss it and decide the appropriate response. Okay. You know, the procedure for a capital outlay project, I'm looking at 14-5.2 M2. Before commencing with a design phase of a capital outlay project, the State and Historic District Review Board shall consult as to the appropriate design standards and a number of criteria. And I don't see that we're at that stage yet. So I don't want to give them any kind of misleading information as to what stage in this process we are at.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the dilemma, and it's procedural with regard to this type of project and the city's direction. I do agree with the intent of the criteria that are outlined in that statute regarding capital outlay projects. We've seen, even on non-capital outlay projects, we've seen this process in play when a project has been presented in this room on an informational basis before a demolition request is made. And there's value to that exercise, if only informational. And if what's being requested of you now is beyond informational or beyond relaying information back to the board, then I agree that, giving the applicant direction, giving the applicant anything, assuring the applicant of anything other than kind of some preliminary feedback is a bit too far. But as far as this kind of notion of like, just review the demolition in a vacuum, I know we do that with some projects, but it's absurd, and it's not the way that state historic preservation offices work. There is the intent in in this process of understanding what negative effects a project might have before proceeding down that road. And I think in my view, well, I mean, what is in fact, a sequence of approvals. We've given this information, it's not an approval. We move forward to a demolition request. We approve that. It may be conditional on some of the stuff that we've seen, but then a design request comes after that. So there's just a kind of regular sequence to these things that we don't always follow here. It makes sense to me.
Well, I think we are following a sequence if we just proceed with demolition because they have a conceptual plan that they're going to present that we would be considering for purposes of deciding how the streetscape will be reestablished. So I think.
I mean, are they asking to present an update to their conceptual plan?
If they are, they could just present it to the whole board. I mean, what
I
would
agree-
we
I
as
agree
two
with that.
people
You're
be
right.
able to say to them about that?
Yeah.
Yes, there it
Yeah.
is.
That's exactly what, it seems strange that they would want to meet with just a subset of the board for this purpose. Like, I thought, my understanding was the committee would be formed when there was like an impasse, like we wouldn't be able to agree that on a design that would be acceptable to the board and the code. And then the committee members would participate in some sort of negotiation process and represent the board in that context. I don't know why we're not just seeing the conceptual design as a full board.
Well, I mean, I guess I see it slightly differently in that I do think it makes sense for us as board members to meet with them at a very early stage in the design process, not just if we reach an impasse. It's just that I don't see how we can have that meaningful discussion until we know whether those buildings are going to be allowed to be demolished or not. It just, I don't know what I could say to them about their plan when I don't know if this board is going to say those buildings can't be taken down. That to me seems a complete precondition to any design that's going to take place, because either the design is going to have to figure out how to build around those buildings, or it's going to figure out how to build without the buildings there as the conceptual plan is being presented. And we could talk, I mean, the only thing I could even imagine we'd be doing at this stage is tinkering with their conceptual plan, but I just can't figure out what purpose that would have. It seems like a waste of time until we know whether or not the buildings are going to be allowed to be demolished.
Oh, and it could be a waste of their resources.
And then their
too.
time too.
Yeah, to have a design drawn up. That presumably that costs them, a lot of money. And only to find out they're not going to get the site plan they expected to get, so. Yeah.
Right.
With reference to that criterion, could the board then give direction as to how the block front, to consider in the design, how the block front would be reestablished to get around that? That this criterion will be addressed by the next step. But these are the recommendations for the block front and how it's going to be reestablished. Do you think that would be an appropriate thing?
Well, I think to a degree they've already done that, haven't they? I mean, they showed us how they intended to reestablish the block front. But of course, the assumption was they would have approval for the demolition. So I mean, in my perspective, I think that's already been done, unless I don't completely understand your question, but.
Well, that's just a criterion of approval for the demolition.
Right.
Now or whatever. So,
Well,
but just, to get at that in the demolition hearing is that the board says, this is what we expect to see in terms of how, if we permit building X to go away, how would the block front have to be reestablished to mirror or be similar to what is the streetscape today?
Well, yes, I think that's something that can be communicated to them. The problem I see is that they're not necessarily bound to a particular schematic or whatever you would call it that they've shown us. They could feasibly get demolition and come back with something different because I don't know that schematic or that drawing or whatever you want to call it takes into account the archaeology of the place or the interior, if there's an interior floor plan or, that sort of thing. It hasn't been to zoning, and hasn't been to planning and zoning.
How soon could it be put on our calendar for a demolition application?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, it has been on previous agendas. We've already advertised for the next meeting, March 13th, so it would be the second meeting in March.
It just seems to me to be much in their interest to have that resolved in that short period of time, and then we can spend as much time as we need to on the design.
Is everything you might discuss in a subcommittee or whatever, it'll go down the drain when it comes to the full board. But, what are you gonna say, Member
Tonight we gave recommendations to an applicant and did not provide any guarantee of approval. If it is the situation that, I certainly trust our subcommittee to provide feedback, design feedback without any condition of approval or promise of approval. I also trust this board to do that in an informational session. I think we get better results out of that iterative process of providing design feedback rather than considering demolition in a vacuum, demolition versus the worst thing we could imagine replacing it. And coming to the board with just the demolition case, that's what's at stake here. That's what informed the kind of defensive statusing of those casitas. And it's informed a lot of the public discussion so far. We've seen in case after case, especially on big public buildings, where there have been informational sessions well in advance of demolitions or other adverse actions, where those ideas were established, they were fleshed out, they were discussed, and feedback from the board was incorporated in further actions. In this particular case, I get a sense that this building's already designed or pretty far down the road. To me, they know that they did that in advance of a demolition request. They know that the feedback is going to be in advance of an approval. I see that exchange as positive, whatever venue it happens in. And I think it's a good way. We saw it at the O'Keefe. It was a good way for that project and many projects before it. I just don't know why it hasn't happened in this particular case. I guess the applicant is under no obligation necessarily to present informationally before the board. It seems to me a positive process.
Okay, so our next meeting is going to be, is there anything further under matters from the board?
Well,
No.
I wanted to, Madam Chair, I wanted to clarify, of course, the George O'Keefe Museum was not a state capital outlay project. So there is a very specific process set forth for state capital outlay projects that wouldn't have applied to the George O'Keefe Museum. I think there are a lot more hoops the applicants have to jump through because it involves state property.
Yeah, and this suggests that, an evaluation of the design is considered as part of the demolition request, which is good.
I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that broadly.
You read it as a criteria for demolition.
Right, but it's not a complete design. We're not at the design phase yet. That it was just something that they are trying to show us as to how the streetscape will be reestablished.
Anyway, okay, our next meeting is going to be March the 12th. And did you say then March the 13th will be dedicated to the Casita case?
Rios, so it would be the second meeting in March that would come to us, the first available.
Oh, okay, so I heard you say March 13th and.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I got my.
Okay.
mixed up. I think.
Well,
it's-
I wasn't surprised if we would dedicate one meeting to that particular case. I wouldn't have
Yes,
been
it's in the
surprised.
Preference of the chair and the board, we certainly can look.
What do you all
to
think?
schedule a special meeting.
No?
I don't see what would require a
No.
whole special hearing.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be present. They're going to be speaking. It's going to take time. I'm just asking for,
What was the proposal? I'm sorry.
to have a special meeting regarding the demo part of the casita case,
As opposed to the meeting that was
as
just brought
opposed to
up.
a meeting with other cases.
No, I know, but as opposed to the meeting on the calendar that Heather just said it could be put on. And if we put it on the calendar that you said would be the next available one, how many cases are already planning to be heard, do you know?
At this point, I don't know. The deadline, I think, was this week. I think I would have to double check, but I think there's like at least 5 or 6.
I think we could hear it
Hmm.
on a regular meeting.
You think it's okay?
Mm-hmm. Might go
Alrighty.
late.
Majority rules. Bringing it up. Motion to adjourn, somebody.
Aguilar Madrona seconds.
Roll call vote.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Valdo?
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.